loud. Hello, guys. How is everyone? How is everyone? I hope you're all going good. Thank you for the hello. Why did Michael stop talking to me? There was a feeling of like this person wanted to preserve their sanity. It weirdly, like Alexandra, it seems like you were the only thing that they couldn't control in their life. So that's where it's like they're not talking to you because they wanted to be the person that controlled their life very strongly. Chantel says, "When will Akash and I reconcile?" Don't be foolish and rush into this. It seems like it'll be a couple of months. I would say about 7's coming to mind before this person drops back in your life. So don't really rush too much, okay? When will Echel, Mystery, and Pale Biswas get married? Okay, so it seems like it's going to be slowly because you've got to placate your families. It seems like it's very strong that your families are really affecting this kind of relationship. You will get married, however, it's going to take time. And the romance card for you is you deserve love, you're lovable. Hello, SSK, how are you? Samira says B's current feelings and next actions. Okay, it seems like this person's very focused on where they're going in life. And so, therefore, at the moment, they're not thinking about you, but because you're part of their life, they're going to continue like flowing on, keep on working on it, you know? So that I feel like they just got like something in mind and they just keep on going. And because you're part of their life, they keep on going with you as well. Lena the guitar says, "How does Christopher feel about me after the drama? What did the cards want to say?" Okay, so this person is still very much in love with you. There's flirtation and deep love. So I feel like they don't care. Like there's a feeling of this has washed over their shoulders. They don't care. There's also manifestation. You're very welcome, Samira. There's manifestation here. So this person isn't really worried about the drama or drama in general. Like they brush off things very quickly. Sarah says future spouse age and look. I feel like this person's slightly older, but with a younger mindset. They seem to be heavy built, but more muscle than um fat. I feel like they've got like a bit of muscle to them. Brown hair, for sure. Brown eyes. Yeah, that's coming through very quickly. But yeah, it's like they work very hard and they kind of go to the gym when hello Samia. when they're off. So they do have that physique, but they do other things for work. Um, but their goal is to look like quite muscle wise, very strong. So there you go. So they're a little bit, I would say 2 years, 3 years older than you. Telling me says my name is Serendia. Will I get a government junior lecture job? Will you? There's a temptation here of like maybe there's addiction. What's the addiction? The addiction is to not listen to other people. So therefore, listen to advice, listen to what they're saying. I feel like you have to experience like the world. There could be just that you need to apply somewhere else to get yourself this job because the cards are saying that at the moment you're competing against a lot of other people, and that's going to be very important for you to change that. So I do feel like you apply for a lot of other positions first and then you get this job. Jenny says an unknown account on Instagram has messaged me again after a few months. Who is he? I'm not in a relationship now. I feel like this person knows that you're not in a relationship and I feel like more like a scammer than a real person. That's what I feel like. They're trying to like get you to fall in love with them, and that's what I would feel from these cards. I feel like a scammer. I hope that helped. Noah says, is Jude Aid my future spouse and his current feelings? Hello, Denise. How are you? So there's flirting, there's manifestation here. Unfortunately, at the moment, they're not really they don't have enough knowledge to get married. So there's kind of like this knowledge block about them getting married to you. Though saying that with the manifestation, you are manifesting this in for you. So I don't feel like this is that long. I would feel like only next year. But there kind of feels like if you keep on forcing like this person to like get married to you is going to like they keep on like oh hi, you have physical therapy now. Okay, thank you, Karen, for letting me know. So yeah, about a year, you know. Alex, how are you? You said a love reading. Wasn't that right? A love reading, please. Okay, cool. Thank you for being a subscriber. I will be doing sub only readings on next Tuesday and the Tuesday after that. So they will be only subs only, and that means that people can ask as many questions as they like, A love reading for you. It seems like you're very focused on someone or something in your life relating to love, but I feel like it's more a person. And this feels like you're biting off more than you could chew with this. And you should actually realize that there's kind of like another, like you might be like a third party or something like that to this person, because there seems to be already someone in their life. So it feels like you're here and this person is got someone else, and so therefore you're on the outside, but this is not gonna help you, you know. You're very welcome, Alex. I'm sorry about that, but uh okay, question 1, Aquarius, current feelings, says Samia. For you, should I give him one more chance? Okay. So current feelings. So there feels like this person knows who you are. And they appreciate that you're very intelligent, very smart, very blunt. You can be quite blunt. But there's the temperance. So this seems to be like a slow approach because this person doesn't want to get cut by you. You know, like everything's great until you're in a bad mood, you know? That's one thing that I would definitely say. Should you give him one more chance? It's kind of hard because there is quite a lot of love. However, this person always treats you like an option. Like there's no like, oh, I only see this person, you know. There's always like this other options out there, and this person never really commits. So that's what I would say to you. Like there is love there, but this person isn't a committal type. Nitu says, husband's current feelings. You're welcome, Samia. Okay, so there was like maybe an argument or a thought of an argument here because this is very much arguments or fights or something like that. And the heart is healing Nitu. So like one thing that I would definitely feel is this is a progression. This happened quite quickly. So it could be like this person still thinking about this. And then the heart is healing because the next thing that I could see is they come back and treat you very adorably. Like they become like they want to care for you and look after you. So it feels like this person's at the moment in a healing space, ready to actually heal. Sarah23 says, hello. Why is he texting me? Great, 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 great. Because he wants to see how it goes with you. There's also like this feeling of this person's in two mindsets. They're like, no, she's not gonna like me, but I'm gonna see how it goes. So it's kind of like this person's got this wavering confidence. So like they're one day they're full of confidence, next day they have none. But they do want like a home or to build something with you, especially a home with you. And the Queen of Pentacles, they do like your practicality. They do like that you are very um yeah, you know how to carry yourself. Um yeah, I think it's more like this person wants to be more than friends, Sarah. So do you realize if that's not what you want? Because this one's like prosperity, abundance, and home. That would be like moving in or being part of your life in a very, very strong way, you know. So there you go. Deepika says, hi Cassandra, what are these current feelings towards me? Okay, so honestly, your energy is going the right way, and it feels like this person sees that you're looking after them, taking care of them. So there's like this reciprocation there. They feel very cared for, so they're reciprocating. However, they still, if this is like a relationship instead of like friendship, they don't want to have kids with you. And this might be just because they're not ready for this or they're not ready to think about a family yet. The one thing that I would definitely say for you is this is more friendship than it's like the lack of creativity. There's no gel there for the creative endeavors that you have together. There you go. There's two things there. Hashita, how are you? Or is it Sita? Katie, thank you for the donation. What are Jordan's intentions towards our relationship? Thank you for the donation. Okay. So at the moment, this person is feeling very overwhelmed. So there's kind of like this exerting themselves in this relationship. So their stubbornness, their unwieldiness, Katie, is actually causing you guys arguments. You have to realize that this person's King of Swords. So this means that they're very authoritarian. They like being the leader. They like being the boss. That doesn't mean that they can't care for you. It's just that they tend to be quite hard-headed and quite stubborn. They can be quite charismatic if they learn to control their temper and control their point of view. But it feels like this person feels like on the outside they are trying to assert, and the inside they feel very lonely, very not understood by you at all. And this could just be that at the moment there's like this feeling of like, I want this. So when they assert, they want the love, they want you to show that you appreciate them, and what they get is an angry person, you know. The star in reverse, this is that you grow yourself first, instead of helping them get past their things. But I do feel like this person's very much thinking about this relationship, and they're thinking very much on the depth of being very long term about it, because they're very measured, they're very focused on what they want in life. And that seems to be you too. Um, Deception. Yeah, so as I said, like the outside is very much asserting their will. Inside they are scared. They're scared of like losing you or pushing you away. They don't know how to stop that. So someone's wearing a false self mask in this relationship. So you've got the strength card that's very strong, but then this person feels very tiny compared to you, you know? So there you go, Katie. Thank you so much for the donation. Thank you, Patty, for your donation as well. When will my daughter Amy meet her partner this year and eventually marry? Okay. It feels like your daughter is not really focusing on love right now, or focusing on a family. So it does feel like they're pushing away. If the one thing that I would definitely feel is that they're trying, like your daughter Amy is trying to push away the whole idea of being a parent yet. So it seems like Amy wants to wait until she's older to have kids. So that means that she's not really focusing on getting married, you know, yet. However, with the sun and the high priestess, there seems to be this manifestation coming in for her. So I do feel like she has a lot of opportunities coming in to meet the right person. However, it seems like she also has uh, like there's a very discerning eye when it comes to boyfriends or partners, or you know, in general. And so therefore she tends to take an instant dislike to some people. I don't know whether that's just that she doesn't want to waste her time. This needs to be negated, and I think that Honestly, she's going through a stage. So I do feel like if you came back in the future, and I think that it would be this year, there would be a death card here. So that would mean that she would remove this thought is like, oh, actually, I might be like old enough to have kids. But at the moment, there seems to be this pushback of her ideas. So I do think that she can meet her partner this year because their manifestation and the sun seems like the happiness and the manifestation are bringing her in someone that she really likes. However, I do not see marriage here yet. That would probably change because I do honeymoon. I do see that she's going on holiday this year and expressing her love. So I do feel like she's bringing in someone for her, but at the moment, I do feel like she's pushing back on the whole idea of having a family, having kids. That means that she isn't going to feel like marriage anytime soon. I do feel like when she gets that trust, when she understands that connection, which she will, in time, I so the cards say it's going to be at least 4 years for her to get married. So it's going to take her a while. If she gets the right partner, I feel like that can change. But at the moment, she hasn't found the right person yet. And I feel like that person's coming in for her this year. So it might be like April, I feel like, to tell you, is when she actually meets that person. Okay, Alex says, what are RS's feelings for me? So there feels like, Alex, at the moment, this person is not working very hard for you. They're also keeping a lot of their stuff to their chest. This could be trying to um not tell you how they feel. This could be not sharing physical things, but it feels like they're holding back from you. They're kind of really pushing that feeling of like I have my own things. This person's very comfortable in your relationship, and it feels like they've taken you for granted for quite a while. And the star card says that you should actually focus on yourself first. Belle, thank you. Give me 1 second. So you focus on yourself first, grow yourself first, and this person will understand that connection more because at the moment you're feeding him lots of things. He's taking a lot of things and he's being very greedy, holding on to things and not working on this relationship. Okay? Belle, anytime. Oh, you're so cute. Thank you. Will energetically detaching help our relationship? Okay. I do feel so because you have this fear card come up. Ace of Swords. Yeah. Yeah. Um, so I'll tell you why energetically detaching yourself would be good because you're very focused on this like relationship. You're not thinking about a lot other than this relationship right now. But we have a fear card and it's trapping you in the past. So therefore there was some kind of past connection, Belle, of this relationship that you haven't let go of. You haven't moved on from that event. There's Ace of Swords in reverse. So usually in other readings this would be a different meaning, but Ace of Swords in this deck means that you're scared of the sky falling down, or you worry a lot. So therefore, this fear and worry is really keeping you up at night and really focused on this. And then there's the rushing in. So honestly, you feel like this person withdraws from you and you race towards them, trying to get them to like you again. And this cycle occurs and occurs and occurs. And so therefore, if you're energetically detached, none of this fear and worry would be in here. And so therefore, then you can start off with a clean slate, and you won't be in a negative reaction, or in like, please love me, please love me, you know. um we can't deal with other people's feelings when they're too strong for us. We tend to run away from them. So yes, Bill, that's a yes from these cards. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate that. So Queen says, wishing you a good evening from me. Says, question is, what is Tian's intention? Sorry, excuse me. I had dinner and then I raced across here. No worries, Belle. Intentions once he talks to me. So there is a feeling of this person wondering what the options are. So this this is like wondering about life, whether they should leave, they should stay, figuring that out. And then this is like there's more options opening up for them. So it feels like they have to choose some things in their life and then figure out the rest later. So it's kind of like, oh, I'll leave those things alone and I'll pursue different options. The Temperance card, so they're moderating their behavior too. It's like this constant thinking about like where they should be going, because at the moment they don't trust themselves to choose their own options or choose where they should go in life. I don't know why, but they don't trust themselves, and so therefore this is going to take them a while. Lord said, did I upset or annoy my director with my requests the other day? Okay. No worries, Queen. Sorry, guys, that it takes me so long to get to your messages. Okay. I think you did, but in a wrong way. Like, you're not experienced enough for some things that you want to do in life. So you haven't got the experience there. You're a little bit too small, quote. Um, but the hardest part is this person wanted to help you, but they can't. Their hands are fundamentally tied. So they were annoyed, but it wasn't about you. It's more like the situation, and they're very focused on the future. So when you kind of like ask them, they had to get in the present moment and they had to like reply back. And it was very hard for them to try and convince you without upsetting your feelings. Because I don't know why I'm picking it up, but you tend to be like the only woman, or the only woman in that field. Like there's something about like you being one of the rare women that are where you are, and it feels like he didn't want to upset you because he didn't want to make you cry or something like that. Like that big feeling of like, oh no, I'm going to make her cry. So I don't think that it was annoyed at you, or it was more like, I can't do anything about this right now, and I do want to not hurt your feelings at all, you know. So I hope that helped you. Aldonia says, what's going to come towards me soon? Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Congratulations. Yeah, like I was picking up that you're the only person, the only woman there, so he doesn't want to like get in trouble and make you cry. Um what's coming your way soon is a healed heart, which is important. So your heart is healing, so it'll be fully healed soon. There's also a lot more options coming in for you. So I do feel like you're starting to really feel like yourself again. Like there was something that really didn't make you feel like yourself, and that is going to change. There's going to be more options opening up. Queen of Wands in reverse. There is something that you might have close to your chest that you need to let go of. So therefore you've been holding on to this so tight, and you need to let go of that and spend time with your friends, spend time with your family if you talk to your family, you know. But that's one thing that I would definitely say to you. There you go. Butterfly says, AK's feelings. What does he feel about me? Will I receive any messages this month from him? Okay, so there is a feeling of fear. So this person's fear in the past. So I do feel like he's fearing that you're going to move on, but it's more like a past perspective. This person does want to still have you in their life, but it feels like more friends, or like that kind of really not that. You're very welcome, Aldonia. That kind of like border friends and like lovers, like friends with benefits kind of feeling. Like that kind of like he doesn't want to go let you go, because that's then he would lose that. Page of Swords. This person's lying to you. There's kind of a little bit of deceit here. Um, but it's because there's someone else in their life that they're talking to, that they're kind of interested in seeing. So do realize that they're not going to be contacting you, or when they contact you, it's going to be like, what you're doing, so be a little bit careful that their conversations are not going to be um yeah, there's going to be like deceit in them. So do realize that. Read through that. So I do feel like they'll contact you soon, but I'd be worried. Like if you want that relationship, like type of relationship, you know. Um, Lily says, Habib, feelings towards me. Okay, so there's excitement and happiness. This person's in pure joy. Like around you, they're ecstatic. Like honestly ecstatic. Their heart is still healing, so there might be a little bit of a kind of step back for them, a little bit more like stepping away and kind of figuring out what they want, what they need. But that's one thing that I would definitely tell you, is that kind of feeling of like happiness and wholeness around you. Alia says, why did he contact me with not continue? This person's in a life choice right now. Um, they still love you a lot. Like this person's like very, very got a deep bond with you. However, there seems to be this get up and go and see the world. So do realize at the moment there's kind of this push and pull. This person wants to see everything, like experience the world, but they also want to be closer to you. So do realize that when you um no, there's a life choice here. So this person's in current thoughts of thinking whether they want to come closer to this relationship or they want to explore. And at the moment they have a very one like two-track mind. So it's very black and white. Either they stay with you or they kind of explore the world, you know? And that's one thing that I would definitely feel for you is that at the moment this person has to think about this. So do take a step back and allow this person to think, because if you keep on like asking them what's wrong, they're gonna keep walking away. You know, it's kind of hard for them to think while you're constantly asking them. Okay? Chantress says, is SM wanting it to confess his feelings for me? I know he had a crush on me. At the moment, I feel like this person doesn't want to confess a crush, mostly because there seems to be this talk down of like wanting to be with you. Because one thing is this person's heart is healing and there's addiction to walk away from things. As soon as things get so hard, they walk away from them. They drop it and let it go. And then the magician. So they're kind of shutting down their imagination, so they don't have to think about you. So this is the hard part, is that sometimes they think it's so hard, they kind of talk themselves out of that. Okay. Divine Soul says, hello Cassandra, what is the current feelings of Owen for me? Uh, did he read my messages and how did he feel after reading? Oh, and how is he doing? Okay. So Divine Soul said, like, one thing that current feelings of Owen. So there's a life choice here, my darling. So it's either like what should he do right now? Should he continue this relationship or should he leave? But this is proactive. So he's actually thinking this life choice, which is a good thing because he's actually going to make a decision. He did read your messages and he was excited to read the messages. So he felt like very enthusiastic, very happy. That not so much happiness, but you know that kind of how can I explain it? Ecstatic joy, you know, like that feeling of like getting shocked by electricity, that happiness. Not like real electricity, that hurts, but you know. How is he doing? He's got to actually work through this. There seems to be a lot of like physical or mental work that he's got to go through. And then he's got to actually like put that away. So it kind of feels like this can be good things, but it feels like he's got to process a lot of things and get things done before he really can call it a day and kind of. But I do feel like because we've had a lot of him feeling very down, these are all very positive cards. A very kind of like this is the end of the road where he's not so worried about things in general. Okay. Lycia says, will Ryan get over his fears and commit to a relationship? Okay, so this person's getting out of their headspace. However, if you want a marriage from this person, they seem to be really not wanting marriage. There seems to be some kind of trauma or situation that's holding them back from it. However, they do care for you and they would look after you. So I feel like if you want a long-term partnership, I feel like this person would commit. You're very welcome, Divine Soul. But other than that, I do feel like there's the block between them getting married to you. Either their parents are divorced or there's something really deeply in that. Hello, Divinely Blessed Tarot. How are you? Beha says, hello, Cassandra. How does he feel when he texted me last night? I didn't answer him. Scared. There was a feeling of scared or feeling alone. There was a, like, scared and alone. So he wanted to actually text you to see how you were doing, or but it seemed like he texted a couple of other people as well. So it wasn't just you, but he did wonder what you were up to, and yeah, King of Wands upright. So this person's naturally like very extroverted, but I do feel like when they're scared and when they're alone, they tend to lean on you a lot. I'm good, Sepaha. How are you? CG says current feelings of Navas towards me. Okay, so at the moment, this person's dealing with their family and dealing with you. And it feels like their family is not easily impressed with you, but they are. So it feels like they're trying to argue their relationship with their family, especially their mom and dad. But it feels like when you're around them, that they look after you, they protect you a lot. No worries, Bahar. And this feeling of let's see how it goes. This person's a little bit more free going, a little bit more happy. Glitching? Okay, thank you. So there's kind of this feeling of see how it goes and we'll just do it. But this person's very focused on you. Divinely Best Tarot says, does my ex best friend, aka, realized I was innocent in whatever chaos happened to me and my ex? AC, okay. This person only could see Divinely Blessed Tarot. What was that? So therefore they did make a couple of assumptions, but they didn't see the whole story. So it kind of felt like, yeah, like, how can I explain it? There would have been some parts of this chaos that were like some parts of it that were or could be attributed to you. But I feel like that was so minimal that it didn't really matter. And that your ex was kind of like one of those people to pin the blame. And your ex friend thought that they were in the right. I do feel like your ex had quite a lot of big money issues. So therefore you tried to cope as best as you could, but you couldn't have coped with all of these things that came through, you know? So I don't think it's your problem, but I don't think that they think about this very much, but you know, maybe every now and again, but I do think that they've realized that sometimes what they saw wasn't the truth. Okay? And it takes them a while to realize that because you have to have more of a mature mindset for that to happen. Mo says, love reading. Okay, so there seems to be a feeling of that you should just keep on going with your life. Keep on not stressing about things, because at the moment the universe is looking after you. Page of Wands, go out and pursue that adventure. So if there's something that you really wanted to do, like thank you, Divine Soul. I will do your question in a second. Thank you for the donation. But there seems to be a feeling of like pursuing something, um like a venture that at the end of the day you will get closer to someone. Um but there's prosperity and abundance, especially coming in for your household. So I don't see any love cards here, but I see the ventures and the possibilities of things coming to you, and being very open to new things, because I do feel like your heart and mind are opening up to new ventures and new possibilities, and allowing people to come in for you, especially in your personal life. So I do think that you're going to get someone that you really like soon, but it's going to take a while for them to get in for you, okay? Libra says, is Claudia my co-worker Gemini, envious on me in a way? Okay, actually, give me 1 second and then I'll do Divine Souls. Um, why does she act aloof? At the moment, she thinks she's wiser than you. She thinks that you make more money than her. So she's always like worried about money. And you tend to make more money. It's weird to say that you make more money, but I do have that feeling. She doesn't even understand that she needs to grow her own skills, and she's always like constantly feeling like you're better than her. um Not that you work hard, you work very very hard for everything that you have, and she doesn't get that, she doesn't work on herself. So that's why she is the way she is. um Okay, so Divine Soul, thank you so much. What do you see if he will go ahead with our relationship or leave? Okay. When will he connect? Can he live by himself? Okay, so the hardest thing is that he will go. I do feel like he will go ahead with this relationship, but do you realize to see a bigger picture, because he's not going to work very hard at this relationship. I'm gonna ask a question, because I was gonna say, is he going to work hard in the future? And it feels like no. It feels like this person doesn't, like Erwin doesn't put a lot of work in relationships. He tends to be working on other things than a relationship. When will he connect? I do feel like this is next week. So this will be like Saturday. I was gonna say Friday, but it feels like maybe it's Friday, Saturday, like, like early morning kind of feeling, but it's one of those days. Can he live without you? He could, but I think that the pressure of dealing with other people means that he needs to come home and have like, or like in life, someone that he looks after, someone that he takes care of, because like there's a feeling of giving here, that he wants like the kind of hard parts of life to not transfer to this person. So he does tend to need to be in a relationship. Um so I do feel like he could survive without you, but there's kind of a feeling of like, does he want to? And I would say from the cards, no. Thank you for the donation. Thank you. Cupcake Facts Journey says 3 people I love as partners. Are they spying on you? Okay, one is the first one you're thinking about is definitely not. They're more like focused on like other people. No, focused on work. I think more than anything else. The King of Cups in the middle. Yes, always. So the second one on your mind is definitely spying on you. The Queen of Cups in reverse. So if one of your partners is female, then yes, she's thinking about you very, very much. If none of your partners are female, then you are focused more on them. So you're spying on them more than they're spying on you. Okay? So there you go. You're very welcome. So Twisted Fate says general message. General message. Okay, so you should seek out a bigger picture. There seems to be a broader horizon for you. Instead of focusing on the little things in your life that don't really make a difference to you, see the bigger pictures, like walk that path. The Knight of Pentacles in reverse, there seems to be that you're not working hard on the things that matter or the things that are important. It could be that you're actually kind of drained, and seeing this kind of things that don't matter will work harder for you. Um, a twisted fate that also feels like you're focusing your energy on one small thing, and you should see the bigger picture because or like move your like mind to various different things, because at the moment just focusing on one metric is not going to help you. It's going to actually set you back because you're focused too much on one thing and you're not focused on the rest of it. There you go. Okay, so Rita says, why do I remember XK so often? You're very welcome, Twisted Fate. Does he communicate telepathically with you? I think that your brain always gets constantly excited when you think about him. There's also a feeling of that you haven't let him go. Thank you, Christine. Give me 1 second. I will answer that in just a moment. So, the death card in reverse, you're holding on to this person a lot. You haven't let them go. And so, therefore, every time your brain um, thinks of them, your brain gets excited again. So that's the case. I do think that he's working on this relationship, Divine. The King of Cups, yeah, so he was a very caring person. That's why you really wanted him to continue this connection when you both weren't, um, you guys didn't end very well. But that's one thing that you think about is, will you meet someone else like this person? So I do feel like at the moment, no, they're not communicating telepathically with you, but your brain is kind of really bringing them to the forefront for you. Christine says, question one is moving to new state this year for best for my children, and question two, will Adi's child's mother in Belize be an ongoing issue? Okay. Will be best for, so you're moving state. Okay, so this is going to be hard to hear because it's going to be so different, and you're going to have to deal with like neighbors and people again, and deal with making friends and stuff like that. You're very welcome, Marita. So it kind of feels like you've got to do this process again. It's not going to be great for the kids yet because they have to get out of their comfort zone again, and they've got to interact with people when they don't want to. But I do feel like it's going to be good for you and your family because it gives you an opportunity to make new friends and do things that you haven't done before. So even though like you're all going to be very uncomfortable for, you know, a couple of months, it's going to become the new normal, and so therefore then you'll get in this routine again, and it won't be as hard. But I do feel like starting is going to be a little bit of a trouble for you, but overall I feel like your children will adapt more easily than you do. So will this child's mother in Belize be an ongoing issue? I do feel like, yes. Mostly because I do feel like she's going to try to emigrate or move, and so therefore she's going to try to keep on hounding you. Alexis, thank you. Give me 1 second. I will answer that in a second. She'll hound you, so therefore you then uh I give her the idea of coming towards you. So that's the one thing that I would say is like, okay, can you help me immigrate? But she doesn't want to be part of her child's life. She's just using this child. So there you go. Thank you so much for the donation, Christine. Alexis, what was your question, my love? Sepaha, thank you for the donation. Why is Z ignoring me? Is he focused on someone else, possibly A? Has he noticed I'm pulling back, or he doesn't really care about that? He hasn't noticed that at all. He's not in that kind of mood. He's also freezing you out. So it's like one of those things where I feel like he's focused more on A than he's focused on you. Um, because yeah, there's kind of this coldness and coolness to his actions around you, which doesn't make sense because he has this kind of really strong, very fiery nature, so therefore he'd have a very passionate nature, but around you he is freezing you out. So I would say he doesn't care. Alex, where's your question, my love? Alexis, can you please put your question down so I can answer that for you? Sorry, give me 1 second. We're going to try and answer Alexis's question, and then we will get back to normal programming. Um, Okay, hi, what are UL's feelings for me and why hasn't UL contacted me and when will UL contact me? Okay, so at the moment, this person doesn't know completely how they feel about you. It it's a give and take here. So this person's deciding whether they want to be in this relationship or not. And they're summing it up, so therefore there's no love. They're very much, well, they're not in their emotional heart center, they're more in their mind. So they're judging up whether they want to be in this relationship or not. So there's kind of this feeling of really working on that. Why haven't they contacted you is because they want to be in control of this relationship. So they want to be, it's kind of like this feeling of like making sure that you're always like wanting them to contact you, so therefore then they can be in control of this relationship by you contacting them instead of them contacting me, contacting you, sorry. The Chariot, this is going to take time. The Chariot is a mover, so I do feel like they're moving away from you. So this is going to take them a while to contact you, and they might just sit there and go, I've moved, I've changed address." So what's the guidelines here? I feel like this is the end of the month because I'm feeling like it's definitely the end of the month. So do realize that that's 2 weeks from now, but it's it's like they have to contact you, not that they want to. Okay? I hope that helps you. Future says, question one, does Biswade regrets the wrong things he did to me? I think that he doesn't always have like a basic understanding of empathy. There's kind of a feeling of like not not that he doesn't have empathy, but there's a lack of imagination. So if you think about it, we have to have a certain amount of imagination to put ourselves in other people's shoes. The Wheel of Fortune and the Lovers, I do feel like this person realizes that because they weren't really considering how serious this relationship was going to become, they did some stupid things, and they are very sorry and very, you know, so there you go. Alexis, did you have problems with your internet? If you didn't hear your reading, you can go back in time. Tarot account says, can you tell me something good? Okay, so there is. Okay. So there is a death card, but it's reversed. So one thing that you're doing is holding on to the past. But your heart is healing. So I do feel like if you let go of something in the past, your heart will heal very fast. And so you won't be in a period of pain or a period of suffering because you've let that suffering go. And the Chariot, you seem to be moving on, accelerating in your career or accelerating in your lifestyle. There's kind of like this feeling of being able to drive yourself to this goal very, very quickly and very, very fast. So I do feel like those two things are going to make a very big difference this month for you. Eco Tandem says, I have approached one political worker to help me take my tenant out and get some rent. Will it help me to get some money? Yes. So you will get some money, but however, it won't be a lot of money, but it will be some money and you will be able to keep it for yourself. But do realize if you're focusing on just this, you're going to have a hard time trying to get over like how traumatic this experience was. So do realize don't focus too much on it, but that's one thing that I would say. Sagittarius Bell says, question one, who's interested in me that I'm not aware of, and is this person online? I feel like this person is there's one person interested in you. However, they're not online. They don't use social media at all. Um, Someone that you see when you go to work or drive to work. So there's kind of a feeling of like you see them quite a lot. It's like the my brain was like coffee shop. Like I don't know why coffee shop, but I don't know whether you get a coffee in the morning, but it feels very strong like this person from a coffee shop. Magician in reverse. There's a feeling of this person doesn't always imagine about you. Maybe they're just busy. Um, but I do feel with this fear of like hiding away, not wanting to be discovered, there's kind of this fear of like I shouldn't imagine this person, you know? There you go. Sebaha is Z hanging out with A and romantically interested in her. Okay. No, at the moment he's not. He is hanging out with her, but at the moment he's not interested in her. There's a feeling like you and A are in the background here. So this person's not really like this is a card of friendship. So I do feel like this person's not focused on them either. The Fool is just like this person keeps carrying on and they don't worry about what's in life whatsoever. They keep on going. So I do feel like at the moment there's nothing here but a friendship. There's no romantically thing. So there's a hanging out with Abe, but there's nothing else. Ifra says, what do people in my course think of me, please? That you talk more than you listen. And there's a feeling like, Ifra, like, you're very welcome, Sebaha. A feeling of giving up and walking away from something. So it's just like they don't feel like you're going to succeed in this course. This might be like because it's hard and they're struggling. So when you go through things and you're struggling, you're going to assume that someone else is going to do worse than you because, that's life. The Chariot, it's weird because like there's people that doubt that you're going to get through it and then people that'll think that you're going to just drive straight through it. So it's kind of a weird thing. There's kind of like this difference of opinion of like, okay, you're going to get this easily, and others are like, you're going to have a hard time with it. But the only thing that I do feel like you do a lot is like talk like more than you listen. That's one thing that I'm picking up there. Sharon says, "What are Charles' current feelings for me?" Okay, so this person's heart is slightly full, so it could be that they have kids and family. If they don't have kids, you're very welcome, Eva. If they don't have kids, their heart is full, and this could be just because they're caring for someone and they have to take up more of their heart space because they're caring for people that are sick or something like that that they really need to focus on. However, when it comes to you, you are like the young, the kind of like looking at this person, and you have such good background that you see each other in each other, you know? So it's like there's kind of this mirror back, like the soul meeting the soul and liking what they see. And the Wheel of Fortune. So there's kind of like you're seeing how it goes and allowing the universe to guide you where you're needed to go. So I feel like there's kind of this contentment of just being able to do this relationship, like accepting it. So there's kind of maturity behind this relationship. Lumius, please put down your question until I can um answer it for you. Mimi says, "How are you, beautiful? Hope you're fine. Please, Mimi Taurus, and my ex is Cancer. Will we come back? Thank you." Mimi, I would say no to these cards. There is a feeling of this you hiding away, you're scared, and this person asserting their strength and also leaving. So it does feel like there's no bringing back this relationship, not at this time. So there's the strength and then they're getting up and going. So I do feel like you could probably assert your own self and try and bring this person back, but they are stubborn and they want their own way in life, and I do feel like you want them, but you're also scared of them. Olaf says, "Current feelings of Oliver. I'm trying to talk to him more, but he said he has a girlfriend. Was it for avoiding me or he thinks I'm cheesy?" No, I do think that he wasn't lying. There's kind of like this girlfriend here, but yeah, I do feel like he wasn't lying and he just wanted you to not feel bad. But yeah, no. He does have girlfriend. So I hope that helped you. uh so Swat says, "What's coming towards Swati?" Do 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 do. Okay, Swati. Oh my lord. Swati, at the moment you're having a certain amount of fear, attachment to the past that you've got to let go of. Because at the moment, Swati, that's kind of uh controlling your life. The Hermit in reverse, there's also scared and nervousness when it comes to other people, and you tend to hide away. And Ace of Cups in reverse, your heart is full. So at the moment, there's nothing coming to you because you haven't made the heart space for it, and you haven't gone out and you haven't talked to a lot of people. So it feels like at the moment, you're kind of letting your fear dictate how you bring in your to like your good things in life. So I do feel like you have to renovate your heart space and let go of things that are not serving you right now. Queen Libra says, why isn't N contacting me? Okay. So there seems to be someone in their life right now. So there seems to be some flirting and looking after someone. So therefore, like caring about someone. So it does feel like this person's got someone that they're really close to. This can be a romantic relationship because of flirting. And so therefore that like what when they've been talking to you, that talking has dried up because they are talking to this person instead. So there you go. Samana Medic says, what months can I expect to meet and contact Harris? Next actions towards me. At the moment, I don't feel like you've made plans to meet Harris. That seems to be also that you're scared and nervous about really putting this person. Hello, Uriel, how are you? Um, you're scared of meeting him, so you're kind of pushing this connection away as well. So that's one thing that I would say is that pushing away of the things that are good in your life. The Hanged Man, there seems to be a feeling of dropping into this connection, so there seems to be something that you're going to naturally bring in. So at the moment, there's no plans, but I do feel like this person's going to be coming towards you soon. So being in the same area and then you meet up. So Tarot Count says, tell me something good, please. Death card in reverse. Okay. So at the moment, you're not using your creativity tarot account. So you're not using your creativity. There's a block there. You need to open your creativity. Your creativity is something that will bring you closer to where you want to be. Um, there is a death card in reverse. So you're holding on to something on past. So that's one thing that I would say to you is you're holding on to the past, and this is kind of pulling you into a mindset of like getting a little bit frustrated in life and a little bit like life is not going well for you. But you do have to realize this is in the past. It's not going to happen again. You need to let go of it and allow it to naturally progress on to an ending of a cycle instead of it continuing for you. So there you go. So Sebahar says, why is Z freezing me out? Thank you for the donation. I appreciate that. Thank you. So, there's like, this person's heart is full. So, at the moment, they aren't really seeking out as much of a strong connection. This is hard because when people want love and their heart is full, it'll bounce off. There's also a feeling of being misunderstood, not getting appreciated in life. And there's also a feeling like this person's overspent. So most of the time, this energy I'm feeling for them is like I do everything or I do a lot of things and people don't. So your heart is full is like, how can I explain it simply? So when you have too many things in your heart, you kind of block out um other people. You close down your heart. You don't tend to open it or share with other people because people need to be in your heart space. Okay? That's one thing that I would say. But I feel that from these cards that he's overspent, and so therefore he's being very selfish right now, and that's why he's freezing you out. Okay? Jacqueline says, "Hey Cass, what is the star sign of my secret admirer who's also a past lover, life lover? Thank you very much." Okay. Star sign. Okay. So it's definitely a water sign. Let me ask the. Okay, so where are you wanting to go? So Aquarius. You sure? Yeah, it's Aquarius. There you go. Renata says, "Hey Cassandra, does JL Aquarius attend to coming back to me, Libra? What is his feelings?" At the moment, he's not working hard on this, but I would say that he is going to come back in your life very soon. So it seems that because he's not working hard, it's going to come back. There's also a feeling of like seeing you again, like seeing you for who you are, and accepting those parts of you that have been rejected for quite a while. I do think that this is going to take a while. Um, the time frame that's coming to my mind is 2 months, but it does feel like because this person's not working very hard, it opens them up to coming back to you instead of really focusing Renata on not coming back. Hot Sun says, "Hello Cassandra, is Matt going to be faithful to me uh for the entire duration of our relationship?" I It depends what you define as faithful, Hot Sun. There seems to be like a feeling um of chasing something. So there's going to be like maybe emotional affair. But there doesn't seem to be like after that there doesn't seem to be any kind of form of cheating. So it does feel like there's kind of like a close connection with someone at work. Um, but that's one thing that I would say for you is that feeling of that this person will be faithful, but that kind of feels like that kind of connection that's going to be very strong for them. No physical. There's just that emotional, and that's it. So do feel like that faithfulness there. Rids R says, "Can you tell me J Virgo's current feelings for me where no contact? Has he moved on from me?" Okay. He is not working hard moving on from you, so he has not moved on from you at all, Rids. So the one thing that he would feel is you're still in connection, that he's still talking to you, or there's kind of like this connection in general. The nine of of Cups is like the happiness coming in for you guys. So I do feel like this connection is going to come back into your life very soon, and that you will see that. And that's the one thing that I would definitely say to you, is that you're going to have this connection again. There could be also that this person's your twin flame, because there's yin and yang energy for that. Lotus Rose says, I've been meeting new people on TikTok, and these people are trustworthy. One person in particular, his name is Rob. What is his interest, if any? Okay. I would say that most of these people are not trustworthy. You being very correct up to a point, not trusting these people. Thank you, Courtney. Let me do your reading very soon. But you have been correct up to a point, not trusting them. There's some people, but you have to be more of a juggler. I don't see Rob in here. So I do feel like, because I see no Rob, I do feel like this person's going to pass through your life very quickly. So do realize that if you aren't really replying to this person's messages, they're going to just move on, okay? Courtney says, how does she feel about us not texting and calling for almost a week? Thank you for the donation. There is heartbreak. There's heartbreak and not working on it. So it's like this person knows that something's going on, and yeah, they're kind of upset. There's also a feeling of not talking to you first. So therefore, yeah. Not wanting to contact, because that feeling of just not being happy. The feeling of like this will get resolved, or that um you guys are going to be able to talk to her soon enough, is going to change the perspective, and she does want that to happen soon. However, you have your own lives to lead, you know, and that's one thing that's coming up very, very strongly for you. Thank you, Courtney. Mrs. Fetish, thank you. Is my husband Chris hiding a new medical condition? I the one thing that I would say is yes, but it's, how can I explain it? It doesn't feel medical. It feels more like what, like overwork, like burnout, and possibly like a kind of overconsumption of food. So there's like maybe higher blood sugar, like some kind of, but it's not like a medical condition. It's more like because the stress and stuff like that is contributed to a little bit more yeah, that I'm getting that high blood sugar, but I don't think it's detrimental. It's just too much and needs a break and needs a holiday. There's also needs to be a plan in place, which probably his doctor has already told him to do certain things to negate this. But I don't think he's hiding it more than he doesn't feel like it's important. Okay? So it could be that he's taken the doctor's thing and gone, oh yeah, yeah, I still feel fine, like most guys do. So yeah, there was something, you know, but it's not as serious as you think. But it's got to have a plan in place, or you know. Sebaha, thank you for the donation. Should I call Z? Will that make him feel better or make him see you for granted? Take you for granted? I don't think that calling him would be the right way to go. There's kind of a um that feeling of like there's another way to do it, but also self-reflection. So take your time to really self-reflect on things. You're juggling very well with the rest of your life. So that's one thing that I would say. Hello, Sama, how are you? So don't worry too much about like C at the moment. It seems like it's a time frame that you need to work to. More than, yeah, take your time, figure out what you want from Z, because I do feel like you're also confused what you want in this relationship. Sukania says, what is his true feelings towards me? In distance, no contact. He is Libra. There's a lot of feelings here. Um, this person's not thinking that much. They're more focused on the physicality. So there seems to be like this feeling of moving. This could be moving towards you. Usually I think, oh, chariot moving away, but it feels like this person's moving towards you. The temperance in reverse. This person has not moderated their feelings in a long time. That their feelings are starting to fall apart on them. So that is hard for them to define. So their feelings are starting to really get to them. And it could be that they're lonely, Sukania, and because they've been in no contact with you, they miss you. Because that's the feeling I get is like not being able to withstand the pain of being by themselves, you know? Eman says, what does AOD Virgo say about me in his mind after our last talk? There's happiness and hard work. So you did get through to him. I do feel like you're very welcome, Sokania. So there's kind of like this feeling of being wanted and needed in this connection and wanting to do best for you. There's also a feeling of like you're caring, that you're contributing to this person, because sometimes with pentacles, it's very hard for pentacles in relationships because they tend to see the world through the lens of money, and they tend to give gifts and they want those gifts back or returned to them in some way. So there you go. Tara says, will my life partner be someone new or from the past? Tara. No, someone new. Someone new, because the get up and go card, your heart is healing right now. So do realize, take your time, You're very welcome, Eman. Take your time, heal your heart, and there's a lot of other options out there coming in for you. So there's not just one person coming in for you, but more than one person. Okay? So take your time to figure out who you want to be with. Lily says, "What is his next actions towards me if he sends a message? Is it soon?" Okay. Alexis, thank you so much for another donation. I appreciate that. Please put down your question and I will get to it shortly. Okay. So, one thing that I'm getting from this, Lily, is that he is deciding where he wants to go in this relationship. Um, and he will send you a message soon. And it's something along the lines of like, are we, it's like, what are we doing? Are we actually going to start moving in together? Or like, there's kind of like this feeling of wanting to really work on that kind of physicality and being able to work towards something like that. The queen of swords, I do feel like this person tiptoes around you a lot. He doesn't want to make you upset. Swords can get extremely angry if upset. So there's kind of like this frustration of like um that he wants things, but he hasn't told you things because he doesn't want to make you to be upset with him. So I do feel like he's going to be trying to contact you very soon. Like it's less than a week for me. That's the timeline I'm getting from my my mind. So I definitely feel like it's going to be next week. Okay, so Alexis, what's your question? Do, 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 do. Alexis, I can't see your question. Please put down your question. Hello, Savita. How are you today? But how is she doing that? We're not talking for like 5 months, and why does she even want me to contact her? I've always got mixed signals from her. So thank you for the donation, Christine. Please put down your question. Um, okay. So the thing is that she's got out of her mental struggle. There's like this struggle of like mental connection and then seeing new options. So it's kind of like this person's open up a lot. They can now see when they were blind. And it's kind of a hard thing because she misses you a lot, but it's more like a feeling of motherly love than, you know. So it's kind of a weird thing where I do feel like this person kind of misses you a lot, but more like because they want to make sure you're okay. So I hope that helped you, Alexis. It's kind of a weird thing that I'm bringing this up because that's kind of a hard thing. Yeah, that's what I would say the cards say to me. Christine, what's your question? General reading. You said UL is trying to make sure I'm always wanting to contact her and then she could be in control of this relationship. by me contacting her instead. The this thing is, then she knows that you missed her. So therefore she's going to wait for you to contact her, not the other way round. So when you feel like guilty or upset that you haven't contacted her, well, you contact her and she's got the upper control of that relationship. Christine says general reading. Sorry, Christine. Okay, so there's a feeling of getting out of your environment. There seems like you've been at home for way too long. So there's kind of like you're stuck in a certain point of time, um, where you really haven't spent a lot of time just experience life outside. There's flirtation coming in for you. This could be actually, if you're in a partnership, getting back to flirting. If you're single, there's someone coming in for you that's flirting with you. The devil in reverse, there's an addiction to do everything alone. To not want or appreciate other people's help. So sometimes when you do it your own self, there's kind of like this rush or bother about it. You don't delegate to other people. You don't let other people help you. And sometimes I do feel like this is because you believe you're a burden, not that people want to help you because they feel more connected to you in that way. You know, they can then feel like they're part of your lives instead of you thinking, okay, like they've done me a favor, now they're going to take that out on me later, you know. So that could be a trauma that you're trying to you distance yourself from, that is making it harder with your relationships and your friends. Irina says, will my Gemini help me in raising my our children together, or will he leave everything to me? He will try. However, he's not going to get it right. There might have been parts of his time in the past that he has not been great at looking after kids. So he's going to be trying, but you've got to kind of keep on with the like you're doing a great job, because he might feel like it seems so easy for you, but it's hard for him. So I do feel like if you don't go, oh, you're doing it wrong, I do feel like this person will be a loving and caring dad, partner, you know, and looking after the kids. Okay. Egg Yolk says, I feel like I'm at my wits' end. Any advice I need to know on where I am in life? Oh, yeah. Okay. So, at the moment, Egg Yolk, you're having a hard time because you're so honest. Um, and maybe it's kind of hard for you to have relationships because you're not working on your tactfulness and your subtleness. So sometimes it's harder for people to be around you because you always feel like the truth is the best policy without understanding that it is subjective. Your truth is not the whole truth. Um there's other thing where you are trying to look at the options out there and you only see what's in front of you. You don't see the other things coming in for you because you're so focused on one thing. And it could be that I do feel like this feeling of fixed mindset that's coming in for you very strongly. So, Caroline Dweck wrote a book about mindset, but I'll summarize. She said that there's two types of people: the people that can grow, so the people that understand that nothing in life is not learnable. So the feeling of like everything is skill. If you want to learn something in life, all you have to do is keep on practicing it. And the world. So I feel like at the moment you're very focused on your own place, and you're not actually looking around you and sitting there going, oh, I have running water, or I have access to basic amenities. And so when you actually realize, and it's kind of a feeling of gratitude, what you've got that other people don't have, you start realizing that how much of your life is so rich and so full, you know? So that's what I would say for you, Egg Yolk. I hope that helped you. I do feel like you tend to beat yourself up more than you beat up other people, but um, and you might need to stop that and relax that. When will the negative energies, thank you for the donation again, Sebaha, since 2020 finally go away? It seems like it keeps rearing back. When will I get rid of it? Okay, so at the moment, you're not listening more than talking. So you're not listening to other people, Sabahat. So this would be good because a lot of times people are giving you decent advice. That doesn't mean that you need to listen to everything, or everything's going to be completely like 110% great advice, but you need to kind of figure that out for yourself. The Knight of Wands, stop rushing into things that fools would dare to tread. Like the whole idea that you sometimes race into things without consideration is not good. It can be something I do where, like, because I've had to set up my own website for tarot. Yes, guys, I'm setting up my own website. But I accidentally clicked on something, and soon enough, I had two different domains and two different website hostings. And I had to ring them up and go, hey, I don't need that many. Please send help. So sometimes that can be what I'm feeling for you, is that kind of feeling of, oh shit, what did I do? Um, and the Knight of Cups, you're very much in your headspace, so everything becomes then an echo chamber of your own thoughts and your own ideas, which is extremely scary because this means that you're not seeing outside that headspace. You're not taking the blinkers off and looking at your world. So sometimes you're dragged into like a nightmare of your own making because you're actually looking at what your head sees, not what's actual reality, or what you can discern from reality. So there you go. So I hope that helps you, because there seems to be more like a practical approach with that Sebahar than a mental approach. Susie says, how does my Libra feel towards me? We are separated. Okay, so they're feeling imagination, and there's a feeling of planning. And you're very hard at work, so this person's like imagining Susie planning to come back. There seems to be some planning, but they're wondering whether you're busy or you actually don't have time for them, because that's coming up very strongly. So yeah, this person's still really addicted to you. Katika says, Angus, Scorpio, uh, future Miss Love Me one lead to marriage. Will he and when will he be back to speak? Okay. I think from this Katika, I would definitely say that he's not going to be back for you because there seems to be this feeling of giving up and walking away. So I do feel like you should give up and walk away because it's causing you so much pain, so much hurt, Katika. But I do feel like because there's nothing on the cards about him, it's more like you. This person's already given up the um the connection and walked away. Sorry, Katika. LSCD says, when will my Gemini visit my home and will he like my home? I want to give him some crystals. Will he like it? So he might find it a little bit messy or a little bit different, LSD, AD, but it will definitely be you. So because he likes you, he'll like your home, even though it's a little bit untidy, a little bit messy for him. Um, I think he will appreciate the gift of the crystals. However, I do feel like he's going to be finding it funny that you have given him crystals because he won't know what to do with them. Um, but I think that he'll appreciate the gesture nevertheless. The Dark Lucian says, what zodiac signs are coming towards me in love and should I take it? I'm going to use the pendulum for this. Okay, so what star signs are coming towards you? Ooh, okay, so it's saying Libra. Is that the case? Is that the case? Oh, it's definitely really wanting that Libra. Yeah, is there anything else? No, it's Libra. Should you take this connection? Saying perhaps. Is this going to be a good connection? Yes. So it's saying like you should perhaps take the connection, but is it a good connection? Yes. When will he visit? Okay. Give me a second. Sorry, LSD. I do feel like he will pop around. Like I was It feels like very soon. I feel like it's next week. It it doesn't make sense. It's like out of the blue he'll pop around and talk to you, you know. Olive Olivia says, is there marriage this year? No, unfortunately, at the moment, Olive, it seems like there's a financial issue that's causing you guys not to get married. You're very welcome, LSED. Thank you for telling me that. So there's a financial issue about why you're not getting married, and there's a lack of financial planning. So that's one thing that I would say, Olive, is that lack of financial planning is what's not going to get you married this year. Okay? Cancer Sun says general and a message from Nick. So, Cancer Sun, at the moment, there doesn't seem to be a lot of prosperity and abundance, especially in your household yet. But there's a lot of options coming in that will change that. So, that's one thing that I would definitely feel is that you can change that a lot and get that moving. Nine of Pentacles in reverse. So, this is um your message from Nick, Cancer Sun, is that this person's saying, I'm not working really hard on this relationship. There's kind of a feeling of like distance here. Like you're looking at this person from away. They're waiting for you, okay? They're waiting for you. Thank you, Janet, for the donation. Mo's next move for a connection. Speak again. Okay, so will they speak to you again? Okay. So there is a strong bond here. So therefore you've got Two of Cups and the Lovers. So there is a strong love connection. However, you're very welcome. There's a feeling of that they don't know how to interact in this relationship, and you tend to blame yourself a lot when it comes to this as well. So it's kind of like you guys are really having a hard time trying to communicate because you blame yourself and they don't understand a lot of the kind of nuance of the relationship. So I do feel like they're going to speak to you again. It's just a matter of them kind of putting things into words, um, instead of them trying to, like, you guessing their mind. I do feel like a Scorpio energy because that feels like my partner in some ways. Playfulness. To recapture romance, allow your inner youthful spirit of fun to shine. So bring out that playful nature. But I do feel like that love and that commitment and yeah, a lot of like really strong vibes for love are coming out. However, when you guys don't work on the way you communicate, it's really driving you guys away from each other. Okay? I hope that helped you, Jeanette. I just looked over and it said 444. The average view duration is 4 minutes and 44 seconds. Or is it 4 hours? No, I don't know. It's definitely 444. There you go. Tammy says, my name is Devika. Current feelings, energies of my husband. Okay, so Devika, this is interesting. In no contact and separation, this person's heartbroken about this, Tammy. Like Devika, your husband Mayak is heartbroken about this. There's a feeling of not wanting to look after you, not taking care of like you, but there's imagination. So there's imagination about you, imagination about this relationship. So it feels like the desire's there, but the whole idea of taking care of you is not what this person wants to do. Spiritual says, what is his intentions? I was planning on traveling my country to meet. No contact at the moment. there's an option for this person to travel. However, I do feel like they're not going to do it right now. They're scared of, I feel like it's COVID that they're scared of. There's a feeling of not wanting to travel right now. But they will travel in the future and they will come and see you. But at the moment, they are kind of putting this off because that's the case. So that's one thing that I would say for you. That this person will come back very soon in your life. Well, no, that I think next year for you, okay? Um Jeanette says, let me double check. You blocked me, so how can we communicate? Relax, relax, take your time. The other thing that I would definitely feel is like this is a environmental issue, like that you have this person in your life somehow that you could see them instead of like being blocked. There's something about them being in your environment, so there would be another chance to communicate physically, not through phone. But it feels like just take your time and relax because you're already kind of bringing this person in, Jeanette, to communicate with you anyway. I hope that helps you. Love Libras says, which month will he contact me? No contact. Don't rush into this. Because this person's not really working hard on this connection. The other thing that I would say is at the moment, even if you try to communicate with him, he's not listening. So I do feel like at the moment, this person's not working very hard at connecting at all. You're very welcome, Jeanette. I hope that helps you. Attraction. You attract romantic love by enjoying this moment fully and let your friends help you. Ask and accept support from others. So it does feel like at the moment uh, don't contact this person. Be be more in your own point of view where you kind of um how can I explain it? Sorry, give me a second, guys. So, yeah, don't worry too much on their connection with you. So, don't, yeah. So, I wouldn't wait for this person to do things in my life. I would just work on what you want to work on and allow this person to naturally come to you. Love, Libras. Divine Soul, thank you for the donation. Will Erwin visit me or just call send me a text message? I feel like this person will call, um, actually come and visit you. Um, Erwin will come and visit you, Divine Soul. Um, there's also a feeling of texting you when he can. But there's kind of like the Empress, so there's kind of creativity here. So there might be like taking you out on a date or something big because that's coming in. There's also a feeling that this card is also the thought of having kids or starting a family. So there's kind of like this feeling of working to gain your trust back and working on showing you that you can trust this person, Erwin, Divine Soul. So I hope that helps you. But yeah, there's Colin. When is this going to be? Yeah, it does feel like only like 2 weeks. So this could be next week or the week after. Because I do feel like there's kind of this feeling of focusing on other things, and if he can finish them up sooner, he will be able to contact you sooner. I do feel like he'll mention something about it, but it might be like, "Oh, I'll see you sometime," and then he'll rock up, okay? So do realize if it's like, "Oh yeah, I'll see you around," you know? Mohini says Sunny's general feelings. I hope that helped you define soul. Sunny's feelings, current feelings, next actions towards me, no contact. This person continues on in their life. However, they still are struggling to work towards you. So there's kind of a feeling of that they don't know how to approach this relationship as much as the rest of their life. So that's one thing that I would definitely feel for you. And the moon card in reverse. This person stepping away from a lot of their friends and what their family says, especially when it comes to their own life. So that's one thing that I would definitely feel for you is just like this person's reconsidering how strong their connection is with you and trying to figure out how to incorporate that into their life the way that they're very serious about the rest of their lives, like their lives, 9 lives, um because it's cat, haha. But yes, that's what I would say for that. Alia says, "What is waiting for me and the person in my mind in the future?" Well, this person's very focused on you in the future, and there seems to be a little bit more relaxation. So, this person's not going to be so highly strong in the future. But then it's kind of like focusing on different options as well. So it's kind of like this person is seeing the future through your eyes and working towards those things in the future. So I do feel like this person's going to let you decide with them what they should do. Okay, give me 1 second to grab some water because uh honestly at the moment I need some water. You're very welcome. Fatine says, please, Omar's current feelings and intentions towards me. Okay, so there's a feeling of this person's life falling down because they're not in contact with you, and they don't control their contacts. They want you to contact them more than they would contact you. and there's a feeling of not listening. So there's kind of like a feeling of that they don't feel like they would be heard if they contact you. So they're waiting for you to contact them. This is a very confusing thing. At the moment, I don't feel like they have like a love. It's more like wanting to know that they matter to you. That's the biggest thing. Is like, do I matter to you? Am I important to you? That's what I'm getting from this. Astra says, what are AM's feelings for me and his message for me? You're very welcome. So, at the moment, this person doesn't want to look after you. There's kind of a feeling of that you're a burden, or there's kind of like obligation when it comes to this relationship. And they're looking at distractions. However, this is going to hurt them a lot. So, it's kind of like they realize what they're doing and they're kind of like, well, hello Farida, how are you? Um that they're going to be like, well, I am doing this to myself. I understand if you want to leave. I understand if you don't want to be with me anymore because yeah, I just want to see what what would be different, you know? Anna says, is the 746 account for my ex? Yes. Yes, this got ex's vibes all over it, Anna. So yes, to your question. Yeah. Shan says, what is the plan on my employer's daughter about my back pay, salary, and me in general? They don't know what to do about this back pay. You might have to give them a creative solution because that's one thing that I would say is really hard for them is Shan is that they don't have a way of completely working out the back pay and being able to deliver it in a lump sum, so you have to probably find them a creative solution. However, it doesn't seem like Shan, you're the only one that needed to be like recompensated for your time or efforts. So there's kind of like a lot of people that needed back pay or as something else. It could be employee like, so you've got to realize that it might be also clients that need the money. So there's kind of like this feeling of money not being enough right now. In general, you're a very hardworking person. You're a very caring person. You get the job done very well because you care quite a lot. So, in general, they want to keep you, but they can understand if you don't get your back pay and you don't get everything, you might decide to leave because it's fair enough, you know? Divine says, does my boss be love me? I would say yes, but they're not going to act on it. Sorry. um, so that's one thing that I would say to you. That was a big, huge burp. So they're not going to act on it because they've got in trouble in the past and they don't want this to happen to that. It's like them again, like getting in a relationship and that destroying their job. So, they do have a crush on you, but they're not going to work on that. Sea Saint says, how can I heal from being a horrible daughter, sister, no great contact since family since 2017? Okay, so you can start healing by being more selfish, understanding that you have done the best for yourself and that was fair enough for you to do that. There's also a feeling of discerning, getting an understanding of what you want to take from this and walking away from the rest. So it's kind of like, what do I want in life right now that will help me? Because at the moment, if you don't work on it, you'll give up and you need to walk away from that. The moon upright. I think that you are hearing from a lot of your friends that you shouldn't have cut your family out of your life without realizing that this is coming from a good place, but it's also a misinformed place because people um don't see that bit, that they don't understand what you had with family and they're not going to understand, and even if you explain, they are not going to understand that. Okay. Disney fan says, do you see the Leo apologizing? So I was so a bad daughter? No, you weren't. You have to realize why you cut connection with family. um do I see Leo apologizing anytime soon? Yeah, I do see this Leo trying to apologize, but I do feel like they're also going to. You're very welcome, Sea Saint. You're going to wonder why, because it doesn't seem like it's genuine, and they're just apologizing so they can keep on going, you know? So I don't feel any guilt. It's more like, if I don't apologize, they're not going to accept me, yada yada yada. So they're apologizing, but it's like superficial. Okay, so ant, the ant. When is the nice guy coming into my life? Okay, so there seems to be like let go of control allows things to naturally manifest into your life. So instead of like being at the gate with your trusty flaming sword, and if any of these guys look one iota like they're trouble, you kind of go, no thanks, not interested. But there's a King of Wands coming in for you. So there's a more extroverted person, a lot more. I definitely feel like they smile a lot. But they're just jovial, playful. They could be a little bit younger than you. Not by much though. It could be just like you're born in the same year, but they're younger than you. The moon upright, I do feel like you hear a lot from your single friends about like how bad life is or like how bad their exes are. And so therefore it's kind of like affecting your mind too. And so therefore if you really want to kind of stop having this kind of, oh yeah, all men are the same, you might have to stop or limit the connection that you have with these friends that keep on complaining about their love lives. Okay? I do that. Fair enough. Then you might have to stop to like complaining about your love life, because if your friends are not complaining but you are, then you're a bad friend to yourself. Queen Rita says, "Hello, why is my ex stalking me and hacking my accounts?" Um, ooh. He's trying to see if there was like any money, Queen Rita, that's owed him. So there's kind of like a weird thing that I would definitely feel like he wants that kind of money aspect, and he wants to see if you have that. That's really bad. But yeah, it seems like he feels like he's owed that or tempted by that. Mila, thank you for the donation. I appreciate that so much. Will I, Camila Virgo, get a marriage proposal from my boyfriend Marco Pisces? Thank you. No, thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. So at the moment there is a feeling of that you could save, but you don't know how to. So there's kind of like a feeling of that you need to save up for a lot of your wedding or something like that. And your boyfriend Marco is feeling like it's too much. It's really too much. There's a feeling like he wants you to still stay independent after marriage. And that's a life choice that he has to make, is like whether you gotta discuss this, because I feel like he doesn't want to look after you as a person, like you staying at home. So there could be a discussion about what you share. Um, the Hermit. It feels like you are hiding away from people. There's a feeling of doing things alone, and it could be that you guys have to get married in a registry instead of having this huge marriage, because it seems to be that it would be more practical and you would have a better time of it than a big wedding. So there seems to be that bit where at the moment your boyfriend is thinking about marriage, but it's just like how big of a commitment this is. Um so this one's coming out unrequited love. There's not enough attraction or chemistry to keep this relationship going. Now, it might be that it's not attraction or chemistry. It's more like you guys haven't discussed a lot of these things together. Take time for a holiday. But I do feel like you guys really um cutting to the meat and bones. And instead of getting a proposal, I think that you guys get married instead, and you do it very cheaply, so you have ability to save and work towards something bigger, like a car or a house, something that gets you really where you're going in life, instead of like focusing on one thing. But I do feel like there is this feeling of not, like, your boyfriend not being able to manage finances, and that's coming through very strong. and that you would have to take over a lot of the finances and half of the relationship, even though you'll probably be looking after the kids as well. Okay? I hope that helped. Thank you so much for the donation. I do appreciate that very, 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 very much. Firstborn says, does Sam sense any strange or negative vibes at work right now? There was some strange vibes at work. You're very welcome, Mila. Thank you for the donation. There was strange vibes at work in the past, but I do feel like they're gone now. So I don't feel like they've continued on and they are stopping. That it was someone that left that had those vibes, and so when they've left, they have taken those vibes with them. Zara says, what actions will George the Capricorn take towards me after I break? No contact at the moment. Thank you. Ooh. Ooh, my. Okay. Uh, there's two people coming in for you, Zara. So this is, I feel like this is your George. This is another person coming in for you. So this is like coming in at the same time. So you've got to realize whether you want like a new person or you want the old person. And there's kind of like you focusing on money, not love. So it could be just that you go, okay, guys, deal out which one wants me most because I don't have time for this, you know? It seems like you want to go on a holiday, and it might be that you're very welcome. Oh, D Ant says, thank you for your kind words. You're very lovely, Mila. Thank you also for being here. So enjoy the bliss of holiday time together. So I do feel like you might be going on holiday soon, and there might be someone with you. So Yellow Roses says, I'm powerful being or a narc. I know a lot of synchronicity that's quite scary in my life. What are they trying to tell me? A lot of people wouldn't say they're narcissists by synchronicity. Hmm. It's weird because I would say that you have a certain amount of power, but I'll tell you kind of. You're very welcome, Zara. I'll tell you kind of why I think that you're picking up quite a lot of things. Like, you are very sensitive to, like, vibrations, especially transmitted through water. So, you're picking up vibrations that, because the body is like 70% water, you're very, very, very good at picking up a lot of things that people don't sense because they're not in that much sensitivity with themselves. The other thing is that I do feel like you have two minds, like you're very much like present and future. So sometimes things feel like deja vu because you've seen them before and you know exactly what to do with that. And there's kind of like this feeling of confidence. This is probably why you say, am I a narcissist? Is that you have this kind of confidence, you know? Okay, so Kochu says next action of N. There's a feeling of this person. holding things close to their chest, like a feeling of them not sharing and working on their own thing and being more um listening to their friends and family than you. So it kind of feels like this person is wanting a lot in this relationship without giving anything back. Also being a little bit frustrated, a little bit angry about like friends. So yeah, do you realize that at the moment you've got a healthy sense of self, so anything good coming in for you, you would just grab and keep. So I do feel like at the moment that's coming into you is like, don't worry about how petty he could be, and so therefore then you should just enjoy the idea of you bringing in all these things for you. Nala says, when will I conceive with the baby, and what will be the gender of the baby? Okay, when will I go on holiday with my partner? Okay. You're very welcome. So, Nyla. Okay, so at the moment, the cards are saying strength. So it's going to take you a while, Nala. So don't worry. There is a feeling of 8. So it could be a very long time, 8 months. Um, I could be confused and it could be just 8 weeks. But I'm feeling like a while, Nala, for the conceive, like to conceive. You will have a girl. Queen of Pentacles is coming through strong. So this is a girl. I can ask. Okay. So firstly, is this week's, try again. Is this month's? Okay, so is it month? Okay, let me see what it picks up. Okay. So it's 7, saying 7th month. So it's going to take a while. Is this a girl? Yeah, it says yes to that. So there you go. When will you go on holiday? I feel like it's very soon. You've been working very hard on this. So I do feel like you take a short break very soon. So it might not be that long, but it's because you need that break. It could be a weekend getaway, so it's like Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And then it's just like not that far up the road from you. So it's kind of like getting in like a car or the train and just going for the weekend so you have that time. All About Maine says, "How are you? I'm going good. May I have a general read, please?" Yes, with your partner. Yes. Sorry that that wasn't like picked up, but yes, with your partner. You're very welcome, Nyla. Oh, good luck. Let us know when you're pregnant. That would be lovely. Um, may I have a general read? So at the moment, All About Maine, you need to let go of control over your life and allow things to naturally happen. I do think that at the moment you might feel like life is being very mean or very as like yeah, not understanding you at all. Um so that's one thing that I would definitely say to you is that let go of control, allow things to naturally come in because at the moment you controlling things are making it worse. There's a feeling of that your energy is actually getting directed where it needs to go. So don't worry about it because life is working out the kinks. So I do think that if you let go of control, things just naturally slot in place, and because your energy is directed in the right place, you'll just keep on going and you won't need to stop. You know, you'll keep on going. Real love says was coming towards my father Ali financially. Will those people going to give him his money or benefits or they're not trustworthy? Ooh. Okay, so honestly, I do think that your father is getting somewhere. There's also a feeling like he's going to be getting something through um being married to your mom. There's kind of a feeling of that through your mom there's going to be a shift in finances as well. But the chariot is like a real love is a feeling of acceleration towards a job or something like that. But there could be just that he has to move to actually be able to get this job. So there is a feeling of movement. Um, will he? Will those people give him his money and benefits? I don't think they will give everything. I do feel like your father is not going to receive everything. So if he doesn't receive what is due, he needs to contact people. But I do feel like they're going to shortchange him a lot out of like the money and the benefits, okay? Uh Shreya says channel message for me. Shreya, there's still some fear in the past for you that you need to get rid of. And there's a feeling of that the fear has caused you to rush into things before really understanding what you're doing or where you're going. And I think that this is one cycle, but there's another cycle over here that's getting resolved. So there's two things at the same time coming through for you. And one of them is like, don't worry, it's not going to happen again. The other cycle is a little bit more insidious of you getting fear in the past and then chasing something fast. And that's one thing I would say. But she says, when will I have second child and what will be the child a zodiac sign on my child? I've been trying to for very long now, getting older. I know, right? We don't get any younger, right? That would be amazing. Though saying that I don't want to be a teenager again. That can yeah, puberty was hard the first time. I don't want to have it again. Okay, so we're gonna go for star signs. Ooh, that's very precise. It's saying that it it's Taurus, but then it was like very direct on that kind of cusp. So it's saying Taurus. Yeah, yeah, no, no, no. Taurus. So, when will you conceive? Is that 5 months from now? Yeah, 5 months from now. Taurus, baby. So, yeah. There you go, Baji. I hope that helps. Uh, Tanya says, hello. Why did he message me again after 10 months? You're very welcome. So you have been doing a lot of work on yourself, like a lot of work, and you're showing a lot of improvements. But this person is like not really looked after themselves. They're upset with the world and they want to come back because you've changed. I'd say good. Good real love. But there's a feeling of that you're now really attractive, like hugely attractive because of the growth. Um, Tanya. And that's one thing that I would say to you is that kind of change and grow. So I hope you got that, Tanya. Pride and Prejudice says, "How does Musa see me as person? What does he like and not like about me?" You are sometimes very, very, very honest. Sees you as person. Like sometimes I think that he assumes that you kind of pick fights or you pick arguments for the sake of arguing when you don't. You don't. You just want people to be fair and be measured, but he doesn't see that. He just sees it as conflict. Um what does he like? He likes that you're very similar to him in so many different ways. So it's like this kind of very high compatibility. That's what he likes. What he doesn't like is when you shower him with all your time. Because once is so very, 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 very how can I explain it? They are very extroverted. You could sit there and go, I'm not extroverted. Do you get your energy from other people? Yes. So when you're directing your energy to one person, they can burn out quite quickly. And he wants you to spend time with your friends and family, you know. There you go. ABC Paddy says, will Shreya Paddy get top 30 rank in uh do, 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 30 rank in GATE 2023 exam? No, unfortunately you won't. It's a very, very hard exam. There's a really hard exam. And it's down to you being able to control your emotions and control your mood. And there's also a feeling of that you keep bringing back a time that you failed in the past that's very, very prominent in your mind. So do realize that it's going to be the mindset that changes everything. It's not just like, um, yeah, so it's the mindset that's going to distract you from this exam, and you've got to kind of control your emotions and control your mind. So it focuses on that you can do it, because like you're honestly going to be great other than these two things. Like if you study, you're going to be great at studying. However, those things will hold you back for sure. Next, how are you? What are Scorpio's thoughts every time he thinks of me? Scorpios. I could love them and I could strangle them. It's weird. Uh, my partner is a Scorpio and I'm a Taurus. And sometimes he thinks I should read his mind. Like today, I go downstairs and he's like, "Oh yeah, bring that thing downstairs." I'm like, "What thing?" It points to a little bowl and I'm like, "Oh, that." Like there's so many things upstairs. And he's like, "Oh yeah, but I thought you were psychic." I was like, you're not thinking about anything." Like honestly, like if he'd thought bowl in his mind, I probably could have picked it up. But he's like, "Yeah, you missed me? Oh, thank you." Um, Me telling stories about bowls. So what is the Scorpio thinking about you? So honestly, Scorpio's feeling a little bit hurt that you're spending a lot of time with friends, and they want to hang out a little bit more. So it's kind of like this little bit of possessiveness, a little bit of jealousy, you know. The Hierophant, there's feels like this person's feeling like they're wise and they're intelligent versus you, and there can be this kind of like a little bit of superiority complex there. This I there might be some Scorpios that definitely don't have this, but mine does. Um, so yeah, there's kind of like this feeling of I'm better, you know. So that's one thing that I would definitely put to you is like I'm a little bit better. I know what I'm doing. A feeling of oldness too. So um like I'm going to die on this hill kind of feeling. But yeah, I don't think that this is not I love you, but it's kind of a feeling of like you don't care about me, you know? So do realize that you might have to give that Scorpio a little bit more love. FA's thoughts of me today. Did somehow he see the pic I posted today on Instagram? Okay, so he did see that on the Instagram. Um, you were looking very pretty today. The one thing that I would definitely feel is that he was thinking about you a lot. There's kind of memories there, about you guys traveling or something about that, and the death card in reverse. So this person hasn't let go, um, of things. He's blocked how? Maybe a friend, because there's kind of a feeling like he saw it on mobile. So it could be a friend showed a picture of you, because there's kind of like this feeling of seeing a photo of you. Yeah, so yeah, he's not got over you completely. That's one thing that I would definitely feel, Sebaha, is just like that feeling of not wanting to let go. You're very welcome, and thank you for the donation, Sebaha. Flammate says, cast a general and a message from my guides. Okay, so at the moment, your general one is that you are protected. There's a lot of things that are not going to go wrong in your life right now. So you just keep on going and you just work. You're very welcome, Sebaha. Just keep on working on your life. The one thing that I would definitely say is keep your eyes open for other people's motivations. But the other thing that I would say is there's life choices coming up that you need to choose, that you're in the process of choosing, but you should just choose them anyway. Your channel message for you is like, be aware of your mood. There's someone coming through for you that's very specific about um taking your time breathing, taking your time to see your mood, because your mood is kind of reactionary, and it's really taking uh your time and attention away from anything else. Okay, so your mood is taking over. Red Rose, thank you for the donation. How is Joel feeling about me? Can call me Raffia. Hello, Raffia. Okay, so there was a feeling of like this relationship falling down, and there's the ability to build it up again. This person has a life choice to choose, and I do feel like it's between two women. So that's one thing that I definitely feel is Queen of Pentacles and Queen of Swords, and it feels like there's a competition here. I was going to like I was thinking about like the cards being a sister, but I don't think it's a sister. It might be like a close friend that's trying to come into this person's life as a romantic partner, a romantic interest, but it feels like this person has to choose, and they've chosen you more than this person, because the tower rebuilding means that they're actually going to put some work and some time rebuilding this connection with you. Thank you for the donation again. I appreciate it. Charu says, how will it take to take time will it take to take the mission in the PhD? How long will it take? Let's say, how long will it take? Uh, it depends on whether you have enough creativity. Like, there's a feeling of just like your creativity being blocked, Charu, and you need to stop focusing on the blockage and kind of create creative solutions to it. Instead of focusing on the small things, see the bigger picture. So it could be that you need to block things bigger picture things. Um and then work on the details, because at the moment you're really focusing on the small things and you should see the bigger things. And instead of like being worried about this, you should allow the universe to guide you where you need to go, because that's going to bring in a lot more in life, a lot more abundance for you. Emerald says, what is the best thing coming in for me career 2023? Honestly, you are developing a lot of networks that will help you, that you're cared and protected. So, like, a lot of people care about you, and because you have developed those relationships, they will look after you. One thing that I would definitely feel is you're still feeling too young or not competent enough to get something that you want. And this could be this year is that you finally get to that competency, where you actually feel ready to take on the world. The Emperor upright, like, you need to focus not on your age. I think there's kind of a feeling of focusing on age when you shouldn't focus on age. But you have done quite a lot of things in life that other people haven't. So you should focus that you have done that before, you know? Thank you, Katie, for the donation. Give me 1 second. Can you please tell me, see if Jordan wants to accept my children and move on with a relationship by April? I don't think by April, Katie. There's definitely that. You're very welcome, Emlord. So there's kind of a feeling of that this person's not ready. They've got to give up and walk away from something. So it could be that you guys have to have a discussion about what you like, what the responsibilities would be if this person moves in with you. King of Cups, this person's very kind natured and very loving, and there's a life choice. So I don't see any, like, he thinks any other option but to move in with you or you move in with him. There's something like that. But the life choice is how much commitment he takes on in this relationship. So I do feel like it's going to take him a while. I do feel, if you're asking a timeline, this is like before December, but in nearly Christmas. Thank you. Red Rose says more on Joel's feelings intent towards me. So this person feels like they're not completely ready for everything in this relationship. So it feels very cute. There's a temptation for this person to be a little bit stronger. So it could be that this person feels like you want a very strong man, you know, like a very masculine man, you know. There's also a feeling of wanting your attention all the time, but then not having the money to kind of really provide. So it's kind of a hard thing because this person might feel like they're contributing a way lot more because they try to work hard and they haven't really got that hard work. So that's one thing, and the tension is just like very much that. So to break this person out of their cycle of being very much like, what does this person want? Flirt, extend your light-hearted energy to others. So there you go. I hope that helped. But yeah, this person still doesn't, they feel very small compared to you. Okay, Rafia, I hope that helps. Thank you for the donation again. Christine says, will I move to MD? Will D change? Any issues with BM? Okay, so will you move to MD? Yeah, I do feel like you will move there, but you need to focus on the present more than the future. There seems to be like, if you want this move to happen, you need to focus on the future more than like long-term horizons, and get yourself sorted to move. Will D change? I do feel like D will change. That is coming up very strong. And any issues with BM, I do feel like there's some issues, but there is a life choice with that. So you have to realize that not all of this will be bad with BM, but you've got to realize that you have a life choice to make regarding this person coming in. What do you mean by commitment? Katie, so therefore, with the like what he should be doing in that relationship, Katie. So it's kind of, you can Sabaha if you want to, um, but the thing is like the negotiations about what he needs to do. Okay. Joe says, "May I have a general reading, please?" Of course. So at the moment, there's kind of a little bit of fights and arguments in your love life. This could be something that you need to struggle and walk away from. So you're struggling and you need to walk away. There could be just that negotiation tactics where don't argue while you're in that kind of mood. Kind of go and like think about it and talk about it then. The moon upright, you are taking a lot of advice from other people. Most of these people don't know what they're talking about, but you know, you're taking advice from people um, and adjusting your life for that. There's also a feeling of getting distracted quite easily. So it feels like you're kind of putting your goals to the side because other people tell you it's not achievable, and you're also getting distracted. So take your time to stop being distracted and seek out the connections you want. Pink Light says, "When will I get a career? I'm pleased with. What will it be? I feel useless." Okay, so will you get a career you're pleased with? So honestly, at the moment, it feels like you need to spend the money to get the career you want. So it seems like some training is in order to work on this. It's also very specialized. So I think that you need to figure out what training you're going to do. A specialized training to get what you want. You will get this career that you want, and you're not going to feel useless. Pink light. This is coming to you when you're at home. So this could be actually doing some craft or creating something for people, and it's more art. It's weird that I've got this specialized thing though. Maybe you do both. Maybe you specialize down, and because you have then ambient time, you work on the creative side of things. And so therefore you have both, and both of them will bring you money. But it does feel like at the moment you haven't got like this option, and so therefore there's no specialization, so you can do what you want at home. Sorry. That was a half yawn there. Um, I don't know why. I've been getting up way too early in the morning. uh, Amy says, Leo wants to know if her Virgo has a third party and should I walk away? No, he, this person doesn't have a third party. They, yeah, no, there's no third party here. Um, you should make a choice whether this kind of relationship or the way that they tend to treat you is good enough, because there's a life choice here. But good news is coming in. So I do feel like you will stay with this person, but you have to realize that um this is a normal kind of mood. So they're kind of standoffish, a little bit more honest, but like dramatically honest. So do realize that that's a kind of sign of a Leo, okay? Eris says, when will I move in with my Gemini? When will I get married or engaged to him? Okay. Hello, Chica. How are you? Okay, so this person's working very hard towards this. Very hard. I do feel like this is going to be the year that you guys get like engaged. I don't think it's married, but engaged. A Queen of Pentacles, you are a catch. You understand your worth. You transmit worth. But there's a yin yang partnership, so this is coming in very strongly. Is that there's kind of this yin yang, perfect masculine, perfect feminine combining to create this perfect relationship and happiness. So this is also Nine of Cups. This is a sign or a symbol of marriage, but I do feel like you guys are working, like your partner is working very hard on this. Romantic feelings, your feelings are real and worth exploring. So yeah, I do feel like there is engagement at the end of the year, and you'll probably be married next year. Lumia says, what does Paris guy tell others about me and compare me? How does he compare me to other girls? Um, Move in. I don't think that you'll move in before you get engaged. I'm married. I think move in before that. Okay, so what does Paris guy tell others about me? That you're short, that you can't reach things. Very cute, but you can't always get the things that you want from the shelves or something like that. He finds that funny. There's also temptation, so he tells people that he's very, very extremely attracted to you. So that seems like a very French thing to say, but it's the truth. um, how does he compare you to other girls? He's not comparing you to any other girls, because he has a healthy sense of self. So therefore, like anyone that's coming in, um, that's anything that's coming in for him is good, that he keeps, and he keeps you. So there's no point of seeing outside of this. This cat is fat and content and happy and has lots of snacks to eat later. So, doesn't care. Not gonna move. Sebaha, thank you so much for the donation. Did my mom's friends like my photos? What was her reactions and thoughts about my looks and personality? She didn't like the photos, so um looks and personality. She's kind of a little bit mean here. She thinks that you are average looking. Um, but that's if that's Instagram, then like depends on where it is. Facebook, there's also a feeling of not having enough personality or something like that. But because you're young, Sebaha, I wouldn't worry about that. It's over time that you understand who you are, and so the personality develops a long time. And it takes a long time for you to grow into your kind of brain and get connections and get all of those good things. So yeah, I don't think she liked your photos. Crazy Girl says, "What is Sabai's reactions? When will he know that I'm not interested about him anymore?" I think he already knows that. However, weirdly enough, Crazy Girl, you're still really focused on him. So that's a weird thing for you to say that you're not interested in him, but you are still really focused on him mentally. You're very welcome, Sebahar. Thank you for the donation. So the strength card and this one, I do feel like you're starting to. Yeah, so I think you're both kind of moving on and seeking out different options out there. A channel says, "Does Omar Libra thinking about coming back his attentions?" So he's not thinking about coming back anytime soon because he is focused on the future. He's not focused on the present. However, he's getting out of his headspace. So I do feel like he's working towards other things in life as well. So that's one thing that I would definitely say. Give me 1 second, guys. Hello, Crystal. How are you? Give me 1 second, Lisa. Okay, so may I know the current situation? Ah, Eliza. There's a feeling of Nine of Cups, so the happiness and really combined strength of a relationship there, bringing this all in. There's a feeling of fear. They're really focused on fear in their present moment. This could be attached to a person. So if you're asking about someone that you love that you know likes you, there's a feeling of this attachment of fear based towards you, that they have to release from or let go of. The world in upright means that they're really focusing on seeing outside themselves and seeing the the way the world works around them instead of focusing on their own inner world. They're focusing on what's coming in from the other parts of the world. Yeah, it still feels like there's the feeling of fear holding on to you, but yeah, Nine of Cups is definitely about that. Crystal says, "Is Brittany baby J baby?" It would make sense that they are. It would make sense that that's their baby. So like it would be both of their baby. Unfortunately, it's not Jay's baby. So that's one thing that I would say to you. You're very welcome, Eliza. Thank you for being a member. Thank you. So there you go. So it's not Jay's baby. Selma Whit Hale says, Selam, what about a new job opportunity? Libra. Okay, so honestly, you shouldn't worry so much about job opportunities. You are in a good position here. Your energy is going the way that it needs to go. And the full card is like you don't have any troubles from the universe. The universe is going to look after quite a lot for you. The only thing that you need to be worried about is the motivations of other people. Page of Pentacles in reverse, there's a feeling of not being open to learning about finances. And finances would help you with getting a new job. So they could be like trying to apply for a bookkeeping course or something like that that will help elevate your job search, because the rest of it's fine, but the whole idea is that you know how to do financial things, but because you aren't proving yourself that you are great at bookkeeping or any of that, um, people tend to pass you over because that skill is very important to them. M Goal says, hello, dear. Light, what does he feel about me now? Please, romance, angels cards too. Oh, you're very welcome, Selma. Wait. Okay, so honestly, this person's holding on to you in fear. There's also a feeling of trying to be very blunt, very honest. So it's kind of a weird thing that this person has this feeling of fear, but they also seem to be very, um, this is the way I am, don't change me kind of vibe. Um, but yeah, this person is caring, wants to care about you, tends to care a lot about you, and that's why like the feeling of pushing and pulling away, you know. Very soon, clearly decide what you want so it comes to you now. Okay? Laura says, is M Aries in a relationship right now? No. They're not in a relationship right now. They're moving somewhere or relocating somewhere for a job or something like that, and they don't have another person. So it doesn't seem like they brought in someone for you. So you know, they're not have looked for another person yet. Salwa says, question one, how does my person O feel towards me? We're separated. He's from another country. This person feels like if they had kind of got up and moved, they would have been in a relationship with you. However, because they didn't, they missed the chance, and they're hoping that they get the chance again, and they feel confident enough to take that again. So do realize that they'll be trying to get back to you soon enough. Shai says, how is Ali's relationship with his new girlfriend? Thanks. You're very welcome. There is a little bit of deception, even though it's hard work. It seems like there's kind of a hidden thing that this person doesn't say. But the hard work there is that he's dedicating hard work to this relationship. There's also caring and protecting. So he does care and protect his new girlfriend or partner. But yeah, it does feel like she doesn't know everything about him. Hello, Elvira. How are you? Alicia Kelly says, will me and my recent love interest reconcile? I think no, 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 no. So this person's got up and gone. Um, but you're still holding on to this connection, hopefully hoping that they will not move on. But yes. Um, yeah, no. Sorry. Real Love says, please, why does that person Ali don't want to go to my father to meet the sellers of the product directly and want only my father to go and meet them? Um, this person doesn't think that your father will be able to commit to the sale. Thank you, Sebahai, again. So committing to sale to be able to work towards something. So it's just like, um, he thinks it's a waste of time, and your father is not going to get that sale. However, like your father will get the offer. So, yeah. Why does he think it's a waste of time? Cuz he can sell more things, you know. So it feels like he could sell better better things, you know, lots of things. But your father is smart when it comes to sellers. He knows what he wants, so he's going to get what he wants. Saberheart says, what age do you see me getting married? So I do feel like you um get married a little bit older. So I do feel like this person that's coming in for you is going to be 40. Like that's the thing. So I feel like you'll be 35 or around that age. So there's kind of like a choice here. So I do feel like a life choice is going to be made, but I do feel like the person coming in that you're going to get married to is going to be older by at least 5 years. That I feel like the 5 years is pretty important. Um, be a care. He is very attractive, very good looking, very active. Um, he is quite caring, but there's kind of more like a traditional male feeling. So it's kind of like um yeah, he's going to be very um direct, blunt leader kind of feeling. So sometimes he won't be talking from the part as like the heart. He'll be talking from the mind. So you do have to realize don't get upset with him too much because that's the case. Um when you meet this person, you'll think that you've known this person before. There's kind of a feeling of deja vu, or that the person that you've known, um, yeah, so kind of like you've known this person before, even though you haven't met them already. So what what star sign are they? Come on, did I go past it? You're gonna say Capricorn. Is that really what you're gonna say? Yeah, Capricorn. Capricorn for you, Sebaha. Alpha Libra, hello from Jordan. How are you? How is the feelings going to be when we meet? She is Taurus from another country. Definitely overwhelming. There could be the feeling of focusing on money. So there's kind of like this person's coming to visit you, so it kind of feels like this person might feel a little bit broke, um, and wanting to eat a little bit cheaper. But yeah, it does feel like it's overwhelming, very excited, very emotional. And Page of Wands, like the excitement and possibility of the future. So I do feel like it's going to be a very significant event for both of you. And that's interesting that. There you go. So I do feel like it's going to be so good. I visit her. When you going to do that? Because I feel like she's visits you first. Maybe it's both at the close to the same time, I guess. Does G want to have more sexual type of relationship with you, Kevin? Does G want a It's interesting because there is kind of like a little bit more, but it's more like teasing energy, more flirting energy. and seeing where this relationship goes. So you need to let go of control and allow this to naturally happen if you want that to happen. So do feel free to try and change this, but I do feel that you're guided. You're guided by the universe. There. So I do feel like you're going to have a very interesting relationship, but it's definitely a little bit of a sexy relationship. Arjun says, question one, what is the reason my person broke up with his ex? So, like, they broke up with their ex because they needed to work on themselves, grow themselves, get out of their mental headspace. So that's one thing. You're very welcome, Kevin. There's also good news coming in. So when they broke up, it was because good news was, and they were needing to get out of their relationship, you know. So that's one thing I would say. Positive Vibes Tarot says question one, is Hussein Chowdhury going through some anxiety issues or some sort of depression in his life? There is definitely fear. There's fear. Yeah, I wouldn't call it depression, but some anxiety, some um mm, dissatisfaction, I guess that's what I would call it. So yeah, and you're trying to help, but I do feel like at the moment this person's not seeing reality for what it is just like feeling that kind of feeling in general. So yeah, you're trying to help, but I'd say yes, this person's more thinking about things through fear. Arjun, was there cheating involved or is because of me? I think that with the good news, it was more like a way of escaping. So I don't think it was cheating, but like honestly, they could say that they cheated to get out of the relationship, but I don't think that they cheated because there was nothing about cheating, you know? So they were trying to get out of that relationship because they were getting so bogged down in their ex and it was just not good for them. Annabelle says, what does my Libra love about me? You're always trying to make things work. Um, you try to keep things alive for long as possible. Like, how could I explain it? If you have a favorite dress, I am sure like you keep wearing it and wearing it and wearing it. You know, like you don't let go of things easily. You take care of things a lot. You're a very caring person in some ways because you always think about like what is going to happen if you don't look after things. And you always try to help people. Um one of the other things is you're slightly odd. You're just a slightly odd person. So you stand out from the crowd, but not in a big way. You kind of just are slightly more eccentric. And that's what this person likes about you. Mindset says my first question, what's the future of Bhupendra and Priyanka relationship and about their marriage possibility? at the moment there doesn't seem to be a possibility of marriage. There seems to be this feeling of focusing on one aspect and not seeing outside of it. So there's like chasing money instead of love. So there's no kind of like juggling this. The other thing is seeing no options. So there's no seeing no options of marriage. And there's also this feeling of this person getting stuck in their headspace too much that they don't see the other person. So I would say at the moment, this person's worried about their own life. They're worried about like not having the opportunities coming in if they get married. And they're not worried about love, they're working on money. So I do feel like at the moment, this person's not going to change their mind until they're happy. And this is going to take a while. Okay? Carla says, how does the Taurus feel about me, please? This Taurus is feeling unfulfilled right now. This could just be because they are holding their cards close to the chest. They're not showing a generous nature, and it could be because they don't feel this relationship safe because the tower thank you mindset. The tower was when your relationship fell down. There was a kind of tower moment. Things fell down for you and now you're rebuilding it. This Taurus doesn't um trust you as much as before because Tauruses take a while to open their heart to people and give love because they tend to be one of those ones that loves deeply. And so therefore if you get under their armor and something happens, they might not trust you. And at the moment there's a feeling of non-trust. This does not mean that they won't trust you in the future. There's just this feeling of um reciprocation. Like, can I know that you trust me? So like cook them good food and show that love um feeling. So you're not in a relationship yet. The tower moment does not mean that it's always like a love relationship or a relationship yet, but there's something that happened. So therefore you guys need to build that relationship again. Okay? Hey, Basia says, I am I late to achieve what I want. Will be tomorrow be a good day to start again? Always. Always, 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 always. Okay, so you're getting out of your self reflection mode tomorrow. So you're very welcome, Carla. Um, so you're getting out of your reflection mode tomorrow. So you'll be focused on a lot more about everything tomorrow. So I do feel like you're coming in with a fresh head, which is great. So definitely get a lot of sleep. The one thing is that you might be a little bit fuzzy today. Let go of control. Allow things to naturally happen without needing to control every single step of the way because then it takes too much time and your brain kind of gets overwhelmed. There is a feeling that you're not juggling your life the way that you should do because it's just not completely flowing in for you and it's going to take you a while to do that. So do kind of start picking up the balls instead of dropping them all to focus on one thing. Baby Indigo says, what is he going to tell me when he comes back to me? We're separated. that he wants to work on it. There's a feeling of working. Lots of things. Also, he wants a apology or sorry or something like that, or like, yeah, he knows that something happened. He was at cause for it, but it seems like maybe like a sorry of like, I didn't contact you. There's also coldness here, so it's going to take him a while to really like open up and share. But after that, there seems to be then a love offer again, and the friendship and the relationship. So it seems like a slow progress because it's going to take you time to really get to a point that the relationship comes back again. So, it's going to take them a while to get over their kind of freeze out and upset point of view, you know. Laura says, "Will I get an internship this summer? Will you get an internship this summer?" Yeah. So you need to grow your skill set. So grow your set and also keep your time for yourself. There seems to be like at the moment you have plenty of available time and you're kind of giving that to friends when you shouldn't. Should be working on your skills. But Chariot, you will get an internship in summer. You just need to also show that you have a bigger way of doing things, you know. So you have more skills than the usual intern. Um, Benita says, "Does Gurpreet truly care about me? Is he being honest when he says he does?" Okay, so there is this feeling of adventure around you, that you are adventure. There is also this feeling of connectedness, like you are very connected to each other. There is a lot of compatibility there. So it seems like that on the outside, yes, there is a feeling of this connectedness and growing and continuing on. However, when he says he loves you, there is a feeling of that it's not completely a lie, but it's kind of also that he's unsatisfied and unfulfilled, and he also looks at what other people around him, like who's around him, like girlfriends or seeing Instagram. There's kind of a feeling of that being the case. So, not that he doesn't love you, it's more that there's factors involved that are changing the attraction, which I constitutes the love that he feels as well. New Moon, does B have feelings for me? Does B have feelings for you? Yes, this person does have feelings for you. However, they're not really over their ex yet or their last relationship, because they haven't let go of that properly. But they do have feelings for you for sure. And they have to make this life choice whether they stay or they move on, you know? And that's kind of active, so you know. Dreams Days says, "Will I get married by the end of 2025?" Yes. Yes, Dreams Days, you will. I don't know why I like saw the Hierophant and I was like, yes. King of Swords, definitely very intelligent, very bright person, and the Chariot, you guys are going to be moving very fast towards this goal 2025. Alex Kant says, "Why is D Virgo's current feel? What is D Virgo's current feelings and next actions towards me?" Thank you. Um, Getting out of their headspace is a big thing. But they also, Alex, is this a female that you're asking about? Because there's a difference. So therefore, if you're talking about a man, masculine nature, then yes. So this one's a masculine. Yeah, okay. So the thing is with King of Pentacles in reverse, they're very focused on money to the point that they're only focused on money. And when you're only focused on money, money doesn't come in for you. Money is elusive. You can't chase money. Money needs to come to you, and there's a feeling of letting go of control. So this person needs to let go of control of this relationship that you guys share, whether it's like friends or anything. They need to stop being so controlling of life in general, because the money aspect is the thing as well. So I do feel like they're getting out of their headspace, but whether they let go of control completely and allow things to naturally happen, then you know. Uh Moonlight says, "Hello, who's coming towards me in love?" Okay, right. Okay, so at the moment, there is a temptation to keep your heart full. You're very welcome, Alex. I appreciate it. Um, there is a temptation to keep your heart full just in case you get, how can I explain it? You get hurt again. So therefore you don't open up your heart. So when people come in for you, they'll bounce off your heart. And if you want them to stay, you have to open that heart very wide. Um, but there's a feeling of like getting distracted and not being specific about what you want. So when things come in, you're not being very specific. You're not being very, like, you don't know who you want. So that might take you a while. Like I said to, and I keep on saying to people, like, put down 100 traits. Write down on a paper, like 100 things that you want your perfect person to have. And usually it's weird because you'll find someone that embodies all those 100 things. And there's most of the time, these 100 things are not just like brown hair and blue eyes. It's more like, oh, I want this person to do this because this will be important to me. Joe says, any success and elevation coming for me this year? There's manifestation coming in for you, so that's strong that you're going to be elevated. However, don't keep chasing money. Allow money to naturally come to you without chasing it too much. Because if you chase the money doesn't come in. There's a lot of different options coming in for you, lots of happiness coming in for you um in different ways. But do realize with all these options, not all of these are real. They can be imaginary, some of them. So do realize that some of them you cannot pick because they're not going to be the right one for you. Hina says, "Why is he trying to talk to me? I don't have attention to me, but he sends messages again." He wants to control this relationship. There's also a feeling of um being sneaky about messaging you, and this person wants your attention. They see that whether you read a message or something like that, there's kind of like this feeling of like, yay, I finally got her attention. So that's the case. Cute says, how long will it take Shreya per day to take a mission to PhD? Will she get top 500 rank in GATE 2023 exam? I do feel like, yes, 2023 exam, she will get into that. However, she's got to stop listening to what other people say. Um, and stop restricting herself from those things, you know. So if other people keep on talking to her and she keeps on listening, she will not pass. Um, Kirsty says, Christy. I was going to say Kirsty. Sorry. That's bad of me. What does he think about me? So there is this feeling of like heart is full. So you are like what makes his heart full. There's the feeling of really happiness, like combined happiness, combined, yeah, just satisfaction. I don't think you can do better than this. Um, is the thought. And there's the life choice. So there's kind of like feeling like committing or like getting into a deeper commitment with you. Iodore says, what is the effect that listening to the most recent track I downloaded have on my relationship? Well, you're getting out of your headspace. You're also realizing when your partner is offering you a lot more. So it feels like you are just seeing things a little bit differently. You're very welcome, Christy. Seeing things very differently, and you're actually chariot, so you're kind of moving towards something in the future. So it does feel like you've got your life on track when it comes to this. And I think that you could have possibly done this without audio, but I think with the audio, it really helped. Guys, we are at 11 o'clock for my time. I am going to continue for another hour, but do realize as soon as we've done the 60 minutes, I am going to finish tonight, okay? Um, Kevin says, what can I expect when I meet G again? Like a healing of the heart, and also that you get something that you want. You're very welcome, Iodor. Get something that you want from this connection. There's also a connection of meeting minds. Hello, Ria. How are you? Um, so it's just like there's a lot of good things coming from this, but it's also a feeling of connecting on that kind of mind space. Uh, Real Love says, why does Ali want to send my uh father to the cellars alone and I can't go to my father? Is he so convinced them to work with my father? Um, so work with my father is afraid of something. So Ali Ali doesn't think that your father can do it, so therefore he wants your father to prove that he can do it by himself. Um and so therefore with you, real love, he doesn't he doesn't feel like you would help your father, you would actually hinder him. So he would your father would not be able to convince them, or he can't prove that your father has done the convincing. So there's kind of a feeling like you would hold your father back on this. So he convinced them to work with his father. Is he afraid of something? He wants to make sure that your father can do this. That's why. He's not afraid of anything. It's just more like he lacks the skills required to really get the sellers to open up to him. So if your father can do this without too much trouble, then there will be a lot of more responsibility on the back of your father instead of Ali. Alice says, why does he feel lonely? He has a partner. Sometimes strong people feel lonely because they are strong. They don't know how to be weak. Yeah, no, like honestly at home he's fine. However, in life he feels unsatisfied and unfulfilled, mostly because I do feel like he projects this kind of outside confidence that inside he really doesn't work on, like seeing um that he's kind of restricting himself to this kind of confidence, you know? Nitu says, why am I seeing 1111? At the moment, you have gone through so many things right now. So at the moment, you're really not dealing with things very well, and you're hiding away from people. The tower moment, something fell down. You're very welcome, Alice. The tower, something fell down for you, and you were trying to fix it, but it didn't work. And there's kind of a feeling of being overspent. This feels more in social relationships. So I do feel like you're seeing 1111 because this is all coming to an end. These things are going to finish up for you. And so therefore you have kind of transitioned into feeling more confident, feeling more, you know, um, happy in general. I feel, and like more of your social life will be really great from now on. June says, "I put my book on Amazon. Will it go well?" Okay, so June, it might not go well. It seems like it's a very niche thing. Um, so there is this bit where you might not get everybody that likes the book. So I'd honestly say that you could probably try book talk, like TikTok for books. If you can get it. If not, if you're in one of the countries where it's got banned. But it seems like you're selling this book, but it's a very niche book. It's like a cult book. And so therefore you've got to seek out people that really like this kind of cult book. There's a temptation to want people's attention in the wrong way, but I do feel like if you got people that really had that niche, then you would be able to sell quite quickly. Sarah says, love reading, please. I'm not in a relationship now. Please use a romance angels card. Okay, so you're getting out of your self-reflecting phase, and you're getting out of your headspace as well at the same time. Wow. Um Okay, so there seems to be this choice here because these both came out at here. Reconciliation. Someone from your past is returning to your life. But the next one on top of that is release your ex. Time is come to clear your energy. So do you realize that it might be that someone's coming in for you and you need to block it, okay? There is King of Wands. This person is very extroverted, outgoing, very social, likes having lots of friends, but that's the person that's coming in for you. Yeah. So do you realize if you want to block this person, you should block them, okay? um Iador says, is the negative spiral interference trying what? What where did that go? Uh, you're very welcome, Sarah. Okay, I can't see that question again. Okay, I'll go on to the next one because we don't have a lot of time here. Real Love says, I don't think you understand me. Is I'm afraid of the sellers. I do not trust them. No, he does not trust them. So he does trust them. However, he knows that he can negotiate with them, you know, real love, and he wants to let go of that control so your father can sell to them, you know. So he wants to see how your father would go with these people because honestly, he can get a good deal with them. Shy says, oh, what does my ex think of me every time I cross his mind? There's a feeling of like Fred, like that you had a lot of friendships that he wasn't included in. That's the thought that crosses his mind. The hangman, like he's wondering whether he would fall back in a connection with you again. So it's kind of like um waiting for this connection to happen again. The emperor, it's like he's feeling old. Like when he thinks of you, he thinks old. You know, that's one thing that I would say that. That's what crosses his mind. Nyla says, my partner's family doesn't want their son with me. Will they ever change? Will my partner care what they say? I think that they have to get out of their headspace. It seems like it will change, but it's over a matter of time, and you've got to realize that you can't just keep on changing that. Okay, Nala, you just have to keep on going with your own thing. Um, your partner doesn't care what they say. They tend to, I think your partner realizes that they talk like, what I was going to say was shit. They talk all the time about things, and your partner doesn't listen to them anymore. Um which is bad, but that's what he does. And he's not going to let you go. This cat knows exactly what he wants, and he's willing to keep it. You know. Navy says, "How does T feel about me?" Okay, so there seems to be some fights and arguments. There's also a feeling of being alone. So this person's on edge or a little bit of tension right now. You're very welcome, Nyla. On edge, a little bit more anxious, and this means that this person needs to focus on the present, but they're focusing on the future, and they're focusing on the little what they feel is microaggressions. So that's the case. So, you know. Iodor says, "Is there any negative spiritual influences trying to stop me purifying?" There's only one. I think there is some kind of stagnant energy in your space. This could be because it is. You're very welcome, Navy. There is still air in your house. That you can probably open the doors and windows and allow fresh air to come in. If you can't do that, buy like a couple of plants to keep around, because it's more about there's no breeze, there's no flow, so the air is still, but the rest of it, no, there's no other negative energy. Okay. Selene says, "Will he send me a message with another count? What is his tension towards me?" Yeah, he will. He will send you a message from another count. Unfortunately, there seems to be no imagination, so there's a temptation to see how this will go. But this person doesn't want to have a family and have kids, so it feels like more like a friends with benefits um kind of feeling. Why what, Celine? Please be specific, because he's an ex. It could be just sex, Celine. That's what I'm feeling. Is like, Moonlight says, "Can I have general reading?" Of course you can. So if you don't want sex with him, don't answer him. Okay, so the Emperor, the World, and the Moon. This feels like more like there's certain astrological bodies in play when it comes to your life. This feels like a basis of months. Now, I'm going to go very highly intuitive here because it feels like it needs to be read intuitively. But at the start of next month, you're going to feel very drained, very old, very tired. However, mid month, you're going to feel like there's a lot more options. Well, more that you get outside your comfort zone and you pursue things that are outside your comfort zone. At the end of the month, beware of other people trying to talk talk you down. So therefore, when we change, when we become different, a lot of times people try to convince us, Lily, thank you for the donation. Try to convince us that we are acting very oddly, and they're like, "You okay? You're fine, you know?" And you're like, "I'm fine," but you know. So there you go. Hi, girl. Hi, Lily. Does my Aries ex Israel still love me? Is that why he talks badly about me? I don't talk to him anymore. It's just one of those, but I still care for you, but your toxic situations. I got Britney Spears in my head. You're so toxic, I'm slipping under. Not that at the moment Brittany's okay. Everybody's worried about her. um, does he still love you? There is a feeling of like wanting to pursue you, wanting to be like active in your life. There doesn't seem to be love, but it's kind of like lust or, you know, wanting to be wanted by someone. You know, there's kind of like this feeling of slight narcissism there. I don't diagnose people, that's not my job, but you know, there's kind of like this feeling of look at me, I'm pretty boy. Um uh so is that why he still talks badly about you? I think he talks badly about all his exes. Because he doesn't realize his lifestyle is creating his problems. So he tends to blame other people, especially his exes, for why he fails in life. With the Wheel of Fortune, he just goes with the flow and he tends to not realize that if he doesn't make the commitments, then he's never going to get anybody. He's getting out of his headspace soon, but I don't think that's what you wanted to ask that, you know? So yeah, until he like gets out of that headspace, he's not going to realize that it's all his fault. I don't usually say that like relationships, like ending of relationships are people's fault, but this time. So there you go, Lily. Thank you for the donation. I wonder how you would read Nine of Cups, Death, and Full Reverse. Okay. So, Nine of Cups is a happiness card. It's a happiness card in relationships. Death card is the ending of a cycle. So if it's upright, it means that something's coming to end. You don't have to repeat that cycle over and over and over again. Full in reverse is just to carry on through life, not being worried about life. Reverse means keep your eyes open for people's um motivations, because like you could be in a happy point of view and people either bully you or take advantage of your happiness because they are envious of your happiness, and that's something to be worried. Katika says anger Scorpio and why still really love him. Still really love him. Happy chat if a chat have girl. Okay. Angel cards, you said we'd be better in February. Okay. So the Wheel of Fortune, trust the universe. It's guiding you where you need to go on this. Queen of Pentacles upright. You're very confident in yourself. And the thing is like Eight of Swords, let go of control over things. Let your mental struggles ease. Let go of control issues, allow this situation to unfold naturally. So this is what the Wheel of Fortune is like. Trust the universe. If you really want this person coming back, you should just focus on doing your own thing, trusting the universe that it'll come in for you. Your children, your love life is being affected by children or childlike behavior. Colin, can I may help you please? What do you need to help me with? Budgie says, will I have a difficult pregnancy or a smooth one? There's a feeling of focusing on the present instead of the future to help you with this smooth pregnancy. There's also letting go of control. So there could be just like working on yes, so just focus on the future, don't focus on the present. If you've got a migraine, it might be that you need to just focus on that right now. Let go of control issues, allow things to naturally happen. So when we have control, we tense muscles, we tighten things, we kind of become very focused in our head on the things that can go wrong. So sometimes just allowing things to naturally progress is the best way. And Nine of Cups, you're getting out of your headspace. Um, and you're moving on. So I think that you're kind of realizing that I'm not going to say there's nothing about a difficult pregnancy here. It's more like the way that you're going to view this, you know? So I think that you've got it in the bag, you know? Victoria says, how does Chris feel and think about me? There's fear here. It's kind of weird because there's a push and pull. So this Chris that you're asking about is not wanting to look after you. There's kind of like a feeling of um being frustrated. So that's one thing that I would say to you is like there's a frustration here about caring about you, you know. The other thing that I would say is the fear. So weirdly enough, like this person doesn't want you to leave, but they also don't want you to be a burden to them. It's kind of like this attachment detachment. So this person's got an anxious attachment style, but they also can be very, very detached, which is a weird thing to have. So they've got to be pulling against themselves, pushing against themselves to get there. There's also a feeling like they're not juggling their life, and this is why they have this irrational fear as well as like, oh, I can't look after you, is because they're chasing um money, they're not chasing the love, they're not juggling those things. So that's one thing that I would say is as soon as they get their life in order, this will change. Pink Light says, how do other people view me? Hello, Roshika. How are you? Okay, so you are very good at mirroring other people. You take on their mannerisms and stuff like that. So you tend to shapeshift. That's one thing that I would definitely feel is like you take and you mirror people back. So you're very much an empath. I feel like that empathic energy towards people. You're a very active person. There seems to be something about like people really love looking at you because you have this beautiful body that you've worked very hard on. Or yeah, something about like genetics genetics and looking after yourself. So the chariot, you tend to be able to focus on where you're going. So a lot of times people go, "How did you do that?" And you're like, "I just focused on it and it came to be, you know." And that's what they get from you. Rashika says, "Is my ex think his new person is way better than me in many aspects?" Um, Not all aspects, like some of them, but not all of them. I think because they have left you behind. They're working harder on this relationship because they don't want that to fail. So that's one thing that I would say is like, they don't want this to fail this time. However, they weren't particularly ready to accept your feelings. And they realized that that was not great because, you know, they could have made this relationship with you so much better, but they didn't. And they feel bad about that, but you know, they don't compare like the new relationship with the old relationship. They just have learned a lot of things, you know. Hello, Denise. How are you? Dreams days, will I get married to KMZ? From this card, I would say no because there's a give up and walk away and get up and go. So therefore, then you go on your own relationship. So I would feel like that's the case is that you don't get married to this person dream stays. Cassian says, what are Syrup Mo's positive and negative views about me? Okay, so that's positive, negative. Okay, so that's very easy. So their positive views about you, Cassingans, is that you're very loving, you're very much their person, their favorite person to be around. The Fool in reverse, you go with the flow, you are very adaptable. You can go a lot of different ways towards something. So you're very, yeah, you're just happy. I guess that's what I would call it. But you just seem to have the greatest positive energy that I can connect with. It's very, very strong. Um, the negative things is when you feel hurt, when you feel anger, you tend to lash out and then you tend to freeze people out of your life. So, when you feel hurt and they don't know that they hurt you, you just freeze them. You just go cold on them, and there's no way of them like being able to reconcile until you feel better. Okay? Julie says, what is his next action towards me? Julie. Okay, so there's a feeling of like you giving up and kind of walking away from just like dealing with some things that he does. But do you realize that that's fine? You don't have to accept everything in this relationship. King of Wands, he's a very extroverted fellow, very happy all the time. You know, you're very welcome, Cassians. So just the happiness and that kind of feeling. Knight of Wands, good news is coming in. This could be a sign of travel, but it seems like it's almost like things are kind of aligning for you, but it's going to take time, and this person's not going to tell you a lot about like any of the good news because it's like a surprise. So do realize that you've just got to wait for it. 13 says, when is Omar going to contact me? My next actions. Okay. There is a feeling like you're focusing on this person way too much. And the death card means that you haven't let them go yet. But I do feel like this person will like talk to you, but it feels weird that it's not a message. I feel like you meet each other on the street or somewhere like you know together. So it might be like a favorite restaurant, something like that. And that's how you meet each other. Because I do feel like you are going to be there and he's going to be there with his girlfriend or something like that. And that's how he comes in contact with you again. So Denise Dishell. Hello, Quills and Quotes. You're very welcome, Julie. How does Brian view and feel about me as a person? So there's temperance. So this person tries to regulate your emotions. There's kind of like this feeling that they don't always get to understand other people's emotions versus their own. So they try to keep being a little bit less um they try to help, but they don't always do a good job. The Empress in reverse, there's a feeling of not wanting to have a family or have kids, but it could be because they want to make sure that you are more in control of emotions before they do actually have kids with you. Alex Khan says, should I move on from D the Virgo? You're very welcome, 13. You should let go of control. That's one thing that I would say, Alex, is like you should let go of control and things will naturally happen for you because the next one is Ace of Wands. So you're getting something coming in for you very, very quickly that you wanted. And Queen of Pentacles. So I do feel like this person's coming back in for you. But when you let go of control, then things will naturally happen for you without you needing to work on it. Arena says, when will I move to a house with a garden with my kids living in apartment now? You just need to stay strong. There's like a strength here. There's divine judgment here. So I usually say justice is like people, but this is divine justice. It's like um how are you going to get what you want is the question I'm channeling to ask you. How are you going to get what you want? Because at the moment you're feeling very bad about having this apartment. You want this bit, but you're very focused and it's making you sad. So there's no like focus on how you're going to get the next step. And like you have the strengths. You have the strengths to get what you want. But I think with your when you're in that sad state, you tend to close down quite quickly, you know? Courtney says, do I cross his mind? No, unfortunately, Courtney, I don't think you do cross his mind. There's nothing about you in this reading. So, you know, no timing. I think it's more like, is there a specific time for Arena? Try again. How many years? It's saying 1 year from now. If you were very specific, you could get it in a year. Arena. There you go. Sana Samarine says, good things coming towards me. You're very welcome. So just keep on working and not focus on the sadness. Focus on what you can do. Um, so Arena, no, not Rena. Sana, sorry. I pulled cards for you, Sana. I'm getting tired. Sorry, guys. So King of Wands is coming in for you, Sana. I don't know whether you're masculine, so I apologize if you know. But King of Wands is very extroverted, very playful. Can be younger, but very um full of life. You know. The moon upright means that you have to stop listening to people too much. You're listening to other people's opinions too much. You're taking on too much opinions and you're not working on yourself, you know? And there is this kind of feeling of networking, getting yourself working on the next step, you know? Jacqueline says, can I have a general love read? We have 20 minutes and then I'm finishing up for tonight, guys. You're manifesting in love. You're also got a lot of strength towards this. So I do feel like this is great because you're working very hard on this. Um, you need to focus more on the present than focusing on the future because it seems like you're really um you are looking towards the future instead of focusing on what you can do today. You know, worth waiting for. Divine timing is in work in your love life. There you go. Mila says, hi, will I be able to get pregnant from my partner M? And yes, as soon as that will happen. Okay, so there seems to be, um, at the moment, Mila, there might not be enough sperm count. So that's one thing that I would say is that you might need to increase the sperm count because there doesn't seem to be as much. Um, but it does seem like when you're focusing on other things, you will get pregnant. And this is going to take time, so be patient. I do feel like it's going to be the end of the year for you guys instead of the start of the year. And this is probably because you'll be worried about this for quite a while, and then it'll just happen, you know. Um, it does tend to happen when you're least expecting it, right? So there you go. Ma'am, pendulum, please. Of course. Will he contact you this week? Will he contact you this week? No, he won't contact you this week. Sorry. No worries, Mila. Good luck. Tell me when you become pregnant. You've got to come in and go, I'm pregnant. um, you're very welcome, crazy girl. May I know what Ryan's going to think of me through the interview on Monday? Will he hire me? Um, there is a feeling of tower moment. So there's something in the interview that will be a little bit of a trap up. So do realize that you might not get the first interview or they'll bring you back for a second. This just seems like you need to prepare for something that they might throw at you that is kind of a weird question, because I've never heard of it before, but it's going to throw you for a loop. Um, if I heard of it before, it would have been like easier. Would have My brain would have told you like what the question was, but it does seem like it's a weird question. There is a choice coming in, so it seems like they've got to choose between you and someone else, and so therefore they've got to choose. However, I do feel like you're going to be happy with the results of the interview anyway. So I do feel like you're going to be satisfied with this interview. Okay. Charu says, when will Shreya Paday's love void be filled forever? Please time frame. I think that you've got to realize that you can reduce that now. That's one thing that I would say. Will he hire me? I do think he will. It's just going to take a while. That you could get this love void. Um, yeah, love void filled right now, but you need to focus on the present and you've got to juggle your life because at the moment you've dropped so many balls thinking about this particular person that you are at at most like reducing the amount of like things in your life that are good because you're just focusing on this person. And you should go with the flow with life instead of really focusing on one thing or focusing on, so like honestly, I would say love yourself first and you will not need to worry about like that love void coming back. Quills and Quotes says, will my XF, the Pisces, get divorced and come towards me? So, will he get divorced? The answer is yes. Quills and Quotes. Will he come towards you? No. Good evening. Bye, Red Roses. Um, So yeah, I definitely feel like he will get divorced because that's on the list, but he's not coming towards you, unfortunately. Kevin says, "What does my higher self want me to know about my connection with S Pisces?" Um, that something in this relationship you need to give up and walk away from. This might not be the whole relationship, but there's something in this relationship that's not great for both of you. Um, and the temperance. So it's kind of like taking time to really moderate things and focus on the present. So it seems like at the moment you might have a little bit of dissatisfaction, a little bit of frustration, but it's because you're not really focusing on controlling your emotions, slowing that down, and focusing on the present. Okay. Okay. The Saint says, a love message from my next crush. Oh, this person's going to be in their own head, like in their own mind when they see you, and they're going to stop in their tracks. They're going to be like, oh my God, that person's amazing. So, do you feel like they'll be busy doing something, and so therefore they just look up and they look at you and they're like, wow, okay. That's one thing that's coming through. The other thing is that they'll try to control this process. So they'll be like giving you their number and be like, ring me, you know? And they'll be like, well, actually, why don't you call me now while I'm still here? And, you know, like they'll be like trying to control this, you know? So that's one thing that I would say. But the message is like, wow, you know, that's the only thing that I would say. Kitty says, are those Virgo women friend or foe? Do you realize that you could take whatever you want from these relationships? You do not have to withstand them. You're strong enough to withstand them, but you don't have to actually withstand them. So they're not foes, they're not friends, but you've got to realize that um you might just decide that you're not on the same page as them. Okay? Hudson says, hello again. Why is A acting the way he is towards me? He seems to pick fights with me. Yeah, the tower moment. The tower is up. I think that there's a feeling that this is wise to actually be able to negotiate this. But the problem is that you guys don't have the same negotiation style. So when you guys actually debate, let's say we'll call it debating for his side. We'll call it arguing for your side. but it seems like it's a weird thing because he just wants you to have a passionate discussion with him. And you get upset with him because you're arguing with me, you know. And it could be just don't focus on the future, focus on the present. Don't allow things to rise if you don't need them to be, you know. Uh, Alice Eddie. Messages from my mother's spirit, please. She loves you very, very much. That's very, very strong bond. It can't be severed. So it's still very much connected to her. She feels sad that there's so much that she wanted to teach you or guide you through in life, and it might be just like you're like, well, you know, like she hasn't been gone very long, but it just feels like she wants to talk you through your problems and be there to hold your hand through all of this stuff. So she does see it. She just wants you to know that she's always going to be there for you, but she knows that you have to do this yourself, you know? But yeah, she can see that sometimes um things are hard. Things are hard for you sometimes. He's always has to be right and he's always been a jerk. You're very welcome, hot son. 13, yes, she can hear you. If you want to talk to her, she still can see you and hear you. Um, uh, what is his reaction? It's going to be a very cold reaction, Fatin. Firstly, he's not going to want. You're very welcome, LSED. Um, he's going to be very cold to you. The other thing would be like, why did you choose this place? Out of all restaurants to go to, why did you choose this place? And Wheel of Fortune just going with the flow on this. So it seems like, honestly, it's going to be funny because he's going to pretend like, you know, there's nothing there, you know. Okay. Sarah M says, will I get married this year? Unfortunately, not this year. However, next year. There is something coming this year. I think that it might be like trying to schedule people to be there or something like that. But next year you will get married. Why cold? Just because he doesn't want to show like that he knows you around his girlfriend. That's what I would say. Cha says, how does Jay feel about me? There's definitely a love offer that he wants to accept for you. He's out of his self-reflection place, so he's actually starting to realize a lot more about you, and there's kind of like this proceeding on. So I do feel like at the moment this person's a little bit hesitant. They're not particularly in love yet. They're not even in imagination phase. They're kind of figuring out what they want to do with this relationship. Okay, so Love Libra says, does my Libra miss me? Yes, this Libra misses you. In some ways not, but they still miss you very much. There is that excitement when they think about you, but they also think about other memories where they felt like alone or outcast, but they still miss you. Era says, will my sisters take the money that's kept by me by my parents if I can't go this year to take it? Um, I would say yes, in some ways that might be the case if you don't get it this year, because it seems like there's coldness and also that you bite off more than you can chew. So I do feel like yes. NK says, what does he truly think about me when it comes to me, please? Okay, so he's still very focused on you. It feels like he's overspent when it comes to you. There's kind of like you're very cool when it comes to him. So he tries to please you or tries to look after you, and sometimes that's not enough, you know? But it's kind of a hard thing because he's very, very stuck on you or very stuck on the past with you. Damani says, how does Christopher think about me today? So Damani's is the last one for tonight. We are actually finished up. So I'm going to do Damani's and then that's it. I will probably be back this weekend. If not, I will try to endeavor to be back on Monday because Tuesday is a thing. Red Rose, come back tomorrow, my love. Okay. So Damani says, how does Christopher feel about you today? Christopher feels old and tired, but that's a normal thing for that thing today. There's also lovers, so there's a lot of love here and a lot of fear. This person loves you, but because they're also scared that you'll leave, you're not going to stay, there is that feeling of like frustration of like, I want this person to stay. I don't want them to leave. Okay. I love you guys, but I if I stay on for longer, I'm going to turn into a pumpkin. It is 12 p.m. for me tonight. I will see you tomorrow. I'm hoping tomorrow. If not, I will see you the day after or Monday. Um, was he cheating? No, there's no cheating there. Good night, guys. Love you guys. See you soon. Bye.